Lesson number 3, Launch Masterclass. Are you ready to go? I'm pumped up. I know I said that 2 days ago. I keep on getting more excited with every day. This is your week to get launched. And I'm going to bring the energy, and I hope you bring the energy. Let me know where you're calling from, where you're dialed in from, where you're watching from in the comments. But really, tell me what's your energy level on a 0 to 10. Let's see some energy. Let's see. Boom! I'm feeding off your energy. The comments were great. I was in the Facebook group this morning. Off the charts energy. So really quick, if you're just joining me, that's where I'm going to be. In just a minute, I'm going to step back to the main set. This is just a little preamble, a little housekeeping. So first of all, number one most important thing, get ready to dial in, focus. This is about, well, I'll talk about what it's about in just a minute, but this is about your future. And we're on the 3rd day. We have a week to get you launched. So focus in. Yesterday we went long. We went 4 hours yesterday. I know it seems absurd, but stick with me, because we're going to move quick. We're not going to go 4 hours today. We're going to keep it closer to that 3-hour mark today. One step at a time. Stay with me. Turn off your distractions. Turn off your phone unless you're watching me on your phone. Turn off all those outside distractions. Shut the door. Let your family know. Let your friends know. That this is your focus, that you are building your future right now. So let me just make sure I've covered everything. We are going to have that super secret segment. That's why you should be here live, because you only get the super secret segment if you're here with me live. That's my little carrot to try to get you to stay with me live, because I know that's the way to make the biggest impact on you, to get you the most momentum, get you moving forward. Put in questions. Type in questions in the comments. As you've seen, if you've been here for the first 2 lessons, I've been answering questions all the way through, dozens and dozens of questions. You know, down in the comments, we use this tool for that chat role called Discuss. You might need to register for that the first time you use it to leave a comment, but after that you're golden, just one time. And I think that's probably about it. We are live. I don't know exactly how long we're going to go, but we're aiming for that 2.5 to 3 hour mark. And who knows, maybe we'll creep a little bit longer, but that's where we're aiming. And Dan, did I cover everything?
Yeah, man, party time.
Okay. That's it. I'm going to head back to the main set, and we are going to get rolling. Buckle your seatbelts. "2020 hasn't been the year that any of us expected. Things that seemed so secure at the start of the year seem a lot less sure right now. But every challenge has the seeds of opportunity inside it. And this crisis is no different. Now is the time to lean in. I've been through crisis before. I know that first you survive, and then you thrive. I'm Jeff Walker, and for 15 years, I've been teaching people how to launch, how to create and grow their online businesses. And now, over the next week, I want to show you why now is the best time to launch. Welcome to the Launch Masterclass, because it's time to launch. Lesson 3, the Launch Masterclass. Welcome, welcome, welcome. I saw a comment. I'm watching the comments come in. I saw a comment from, I think it was Gail, and he said, Day 3 of drinking from the fire hose. And that is it. I'm pouring everything I can into this. This is about you having an online business. It's about you either having an online business, or if you currently have one, it's about growing the business that you already have and getting you everything that affords you, all the income, the lifestyle, the security in a crazy world, the impact, the freedom. That's what this is about, is getting you launched into an online business. I have had an online business for 25 years. I've been teaching people how to launch for 15 years. Everything I've shared for the last couple of days, there's no theory. If you've been with me the last couple of days, I hope you've seen that. It's all proven. It's all proven. This is how you get launched. The thing is, if you want that online business, you do have to launch. You can't just put it out there, work, put it out there and hope someone shows up and buys from you. Because hope marketing is not a strategy. Hope marketing, well, it is a strategy. It's a strategy for failure. It's a path to failure. You have to launch. Every successful business, every successful product, every successful service, every successful brand launches. And when I say launch, I'm talking about launching the way like Apple would launch an iPhone, or Hollywood would launch a movie, or fashion lines launch their fashion lines. But instead of depending on a big, huge ad budget like those companies do, this is how little guys, little folks like you and me, little micro businesses can launch. So I've been teaching this masterclass, or one version or another. We didn't used to call it a masterclass, but one version or another of it for 15 years, and this stuff works. I've had over 1 million people go through it. It's crazy numbers to say that, but when you have something that works, you just keep on doing for 15 years, eventually you end up at absurd numbers, like having over 1 million people go through this. But at the end of the day, this is about getting you launched into an online business or a greater business, whether you're starting out, whether you've got that online business, if you're a one-on-one practitioner, maybe you're helping people with their health or working out or their mental health or their body, any number of things. If you're a one-on-one practitioner, you want to take that into a more leveraged environment. Maybe like you've got, okay, I've been working with people one-on-one, that's really cool, but my income is limited based on, I can only work with one person at a time. Well, going online with a digital product is how you get leverage. I also showed you yesterday with Blaine's case study how this works for a physical product. Absolutely remarkable story of Blaine using this for his farm that he has with his 6 brothers to sell seafood and to sell pasture-raised beef. This is the thing, is 2020 is not the year we expected. None of us are living the 2020 we thought we would, just when the year turned. It's amazing to look at how it's changed. But the one thing is, one of the biggest things, the world is tilted towards online business. Obvious, you know this. Everything has gone online all of a sudden, including our kids' education, right? So online education is the new norm. And people have used this process, this formula, for all types of products, all types of services. I hope I've shown you that in the last couple of days, the breadth that it's used for in countries around the world in many different languages. I can't even count the number of languages it's been used for. So the world is completely tilted our way. It works for so many different things, including physical products and art. But the thing that, most of my PLF owners, about 80% of them, they use it for digital products, online courses, services, membership sites, and it works really, really well. So just to give you a quick orientation, we are live. For those of you who were here yesterday, we had a little internet outage. We went offline for about 10 or 12 minutes. It's very obvious we were very, very live. So this is live. I'm in what we call my secret headquarters. This isn't my home. This is like my office. Let's call it. This is my office. We took all the furniture out of here. We set up this studio. I've got a bunch of different cameras. I've got this camera. I've got this overhead camera up here so you can see the whole set. Over there you can see Dan over here. So Dan's my host here. You can see Kristen over there. Kristen is my operations manager. She runs the whole company, which has now become a big deal. When I started this out, I was a stay-at-home dad in 1996. I was a stay-at-home dad. I was completely desperate, just desperate to try to help support the family. My wife was out working in the corporate world, and we had one income, 4 of us. Times were tight, So that's when I first launched. But now I've grown up this great big team. Behind me, there's a team of about 30 people that allow me to do what I do and allow me to support my clients. And it is an amazing team. In fact, I'm going to introduce you to a large part of my team in our closing ceremonies. So this whole launch, we're on this runway. We're on a big runway that started 2 days ago with lesson 1. And we're in lesson 3, and we're rushing towards this coming Friday and the end of this masterclass. And I am trying to get you to drink from the fire hose. I'm trying to get you launched. And so Friday, it ends at midnight. And that's when all the materials come down for the year until next September. And we're actually going to have a closing ceremonies, and I'm going to share my team with you on Friday. So looking forward to that. But we've got a lot of ground to cover before we get to Friday. So some disclaimers here. This isn't a get-rich-quick deal. This is a work really hard and build an incredible life that gives you a great income and allows you to do the work you want, the work you were meant to do. It allows you to live wherever you want. I live out in the little tiny town way out in the mountains in Colorado because I can live anywhere I want. It gives you that freedom. It allows you to work with the people you want to work with, the clients you want to work with. It allows you to work for yourself. It allows you to make a great income, allows you to make a great big impact in the world. And really that is what I'm about right now, because I think entrepreneurs are the future of humanity. And I think the way I can make a dent in the universe, the way I can do the most good in the world is to help the maximum number of entrepreneurs get launched. So that's why I'm here. So disclaimer, it's a get rich quick. Second disclaimer, I'm teaching you the product launch formula, and I'm going deep in these lessons. We're now 7.5 hours into me teaching you the product launch formula. That's my formula that gets people launched. I also have this thing called the Product Launch Formula Coaching Program. That's my advanced coaching program if you're ready to go deeper with me. And I'm actually going to be opening registration later on in this class today. We're going to open. I am so pumped up to welcome our new students in the Product Launch Formula Coaching Program. That's happening within the hour or so. But first, I got a lot of ground to cover, a lot of teaching. So I think that's all the disclaimers. Let me just look at my notes to make sure I had anything. Oh, I want to welcome. So we have well over 1,000 new people that are just joining us today that you didn't get the first 2 lessons. So this is the deal. On the concierge page, you can get the replays. And you can look at some of the case studies we've shared, some of the replays. You can get caught up. But stick with me right now for this lesson. And for all of those of you who shared yesterday, there's a ton of people that shared. If you're on Facebook right now, like on my Facebook page, hit the share button. If you're anywhere else, share that productlaunchformula.com, because if I've provided any value to you, and I hope I have, if you're still with me after 7.5 hours, going into our 8th hour now, if this has provided value for me, just help me out. Because like I said, I'm just here for the future of all humanity. That's the only reason I'm showing up, is the future of all humanity, because entrepreneurs are the future of humanity. So I'm just here for the future of all humanity. So if you're willing to help me with the future of all humanity, then just go type that productlaunchformula.com, put that in your Instagram, put that in your Facebook, put it everywhere. You tell your friends about it, because we're just here to get more people launched. So now let me check. I think I got the disclaimers in. Like I said, we're here 1 week to get you launched. So super, super quick review of lesson 1 and 2. Since we spent 7.5 hours on it, I'm only going to do this like in a few seconds. So in lesson 1, we taught the sideways sales letter. So this is the formula that people use to get launched. And there was a comment. We're running ads sending people into this masterclass, and there was this one comment. It's like, is this the 4 video and then make an offer thing? And And I'm like, well, actually, yes, I'm the person that invented those 4 videos and an offer. You have seen the top influencers, the top experts, the top thought leaders in the world. The reason they're the top leaders is generally because they followed my formula. And they either learned it from me, or they learned it from someone who learned it from me. Or they learned it from someone who learned it from someone who learned it from someone who learned it from me. I've been doing it for 15 years. People have copied this and copied it, but you have found the source, the original. So this is, you build value, build value. You share the opportunity, you share the transformation, you share the ownership, and then you get people to enroll. So that, I just summarized 3 hours in like 30 seconds, but and I love it when I have little typos here. You would think I would learn how to spell launch. But, so this part is what we call the pre-launch. This is the sideways sales ladder. And that leads into the open cart. That's what we're teaching today, how to actually make the sale. In here, we talked about the sideways sales ladder, the PS path, the problem solution path, and I also went into the mental triggers. So you can go review that on the concierge page. It's also in the Facebook group. So you can review lesson 1. Lesson 2 was this is the core formula. This is the formula that's driven $1 billion, billion with a B, $1 billion in launches. So that's the formula. Then it's like, okay, well, that's the formula, super cool. But like, how do you actually, where does that fit into your life? How does it fit into your situation? And so in lesson 2, I went through the 3 primary types of launches. The seed launch, which is where most people start out. If you start out and maybe you don't have a product yet, maybe you don't have a list yet. This is where you start out and you get paid. You get paid to create the product. You make sales and then you create the product. I know in the Facebook group there was some questions about that. Is it ethical to charge people before I create the product? And it's like, well, when you buy a ticket to a play, you're paying before the play is delivered. When you pay for a college class, you're paying before the class is delivered. When you subscribe to a newspaper, you're paying for it before the newspaper is created or delivered. So that's what the seed launch is about. So if you're just starting out, or if you want to create a new offer, new product, and you're having a hard time actually creating it, it's better to make sales, and then you're really super focused on creating it. Then the internal launch, which is a launch just to your followers, just to your email list. I also spent a lot of time talking about building an email list in lesson 2. So if you don't have any type of a following, any type of an email list, I talked about that in lesson 2. Then the joint venture launch. And I think that the seed launch really captured a lot of people's attention, but I know the joint venture launch captured a lot of people's attention as well, because that's the pouring gasoline on a fire. I was about 8 or 9 years into my journey of figuring out how to do launches. That started in the mid-90s. And the best launch I'd ever done was $110,000, which is in a week, which is absolutely amazing. Amazing. It was beyond anything I could imagine. But the first time I did a JV launch, it went up to $600,000. I know these numbers sound ridiculous. If you're just starting out, it's like, my brain just shut off because I can't conceive of those numbers. Trust me, that's where I was when I started out. But if you watch lesson 2, it all starts to make sense. I also talked about launch stacking and how this becomes this amazing thing we call the circle of awesome. So that was lesson 1. I just compressed 7.5 hours. There's a lot of nuances, a lot going on. I highly suggest after this is over, you might want to go check out the replays. Okay, so the overall formula, how this stuff works, the seed launch. So that lesson 1, overall formula. Lesson 2 was how it fits for your exact situation. This lesson is so you feeling good about this? You feeling great about this? You feeling enthused about it? I hope you are. I'm enthused about it for you. I think it's an amazing day to be you, because there's one more thing you got to do, and that's this part. That's where you actually make the sale. And nothing moves until you make the sale. And I know that when I first started out, I'd never sold anything in my life. As a Boy Scout, every year they would do a fundraiser selling donuts, bags of donuts. And you think about it, how hard is it to sell? This is a long time ago, obviously, and this is in the pre-low carb era. How hard is it to as a Boy Scout, showing up on someone's door, you want to buy a bag of donuts for $1? How hard is that? And each year I could sell 2 bags of donuts, one to my parents and one to my next door neighbor, which is almost like a grandma to me. And so that's the only, otherwise I was scared to go knock on any doors in the neighborhood because I was scared to ask for the order. And I had that in me. But I figured out how to do that, and I want to show you how to do that with the open cart. So that's what this lesson is all about, what we call the open cart. The open cart. This is what you've been building to. Your pre-launch has gotten people all excited. You use those mental triggers. You've built up that authority, that social proof. You've built up the reciprocity. People are looking forward to this. And now it's time for the open cart. Now the important thing here, and this is one of the big developments in the last 4 or 5 years in product launch formula, is the whole open cart sequence. Because you don't want to just lead people into that open cart and have it be a one-time thing. That's a version of that hope marketing that we talked about earlier. You want your open cart to be a sequence. Typically, it's 5 to 7 days long. So you'll push that launch button. You'll push that send button. And if it's your first launch, that's a moment you will never forget. You'll never forget when you open cart and hit that launch button. And you'll likely get a bunch of sales on that first day. But if you take this open cart and turn it into a real sequence, and you continue to build value throughout that sequence, what you're going to likely see is you'll see the spike of sales at the beginning. Sales will start to slow down into the second and third day. But as you get closer to your cart, as you build value, as you continue to keep people's attention, and you build into your close, you'll tend to see a spike that lasts 48 hours, that lasts 24 hours, that lasts 12 hours, even the last 2 or 3 hours is when you'll see the sales spike. But the key is you have to treat this as a sequence. Just as you used your pre-launch sequence, open cart is a sequence. So let's see how this works in the real world.
Well, hello, and thank you so much for having me. I am Ann LaFollette, and I am a surface pattern designer and an online educator. And if you've never heard of surface design, I like to explain it this way. It's taking your doodles, which might be a little teeny flower like this, and turning it into a beautiful repeating pattern that you can put on fabric, on wrapping paper, like these wrapping papers, and essentially sell your own designs on a variety of different products. It's an amazing niche. I am super passionate about it, and I'm very, very excited to be here to talk to you about my most recent launch. So open cart is a crazy time. For me, in order for it to not be too terribly crazy, I just need to be organized. And so I have an open cart period that's 4 days long, and each day is very specifically organized, both to support my own ability to manage through the chaos and also to give my prospective students some new information that could get them super excited and to get them to purchase my program. So day one of open cart is really all about the program itself. It's about what do you get, it's about how long it is, it's about how many modules there are, it's about the workbooks, the additional support that you get, and basically I also answer the most frequently asked questions. Then on day two, I really want to show people inside the program. I want them to be able to almost touch and feel it. And so I do a sneak peek inside the student portal. I show them where they're going to be able to contact me because I have a little hashtag Ask Ann button for them. I show them how everything is organized and how they can also make sure they're sharing their wins along the way. And so that is what day two is all about. Then on day three, frankly, day three is my favorite day. So on day 3, I do a live stream with 4 or 5 of my former students, and they have an opportunity to showcase their incredibly beautiful work, what it is they're doing now in terms of getting their work out into the world, how they've created their own business around this new skill, and how my Academy program helped them do that. But it's much more to showcase for them. It's a showcase of the joy that this now has brought to their life, the success they're having, and it's really, really fun. So that's what day 3 is all about. And then day 4 is really, okay, last chance. I'm here to answer your questions. I'm basically live to ensure people can ask me whatever is still on their mind. I'll cover a few of the most frequently asked questions again, just in case someone missed that information. But mostly I am making sure people know that when cart closes, it's closed. And so I want to ensure that they understand that this has been a time for them to be anticipating whether they're going to join or not. And now there's scarcity involved because they have to make a decision. And listen, one of the things that's been so phenomenal for me, and I'm so grateful to Jeff and his whole team, is that my last launch was 4 times as big as my prior launch. I did $130,000. And having the ability to do this with my own passion, which is teaching surface design, is such an incredible blessing. I am beside myself with joy. I jump up every single day, and I can't wait to get started to support the students that are in my business.
Okay, so was that a jaw drop moment? Like, I was just previewing this video an hour ago, and when she says $130,000, if you remember way back 2 days ago, I shared a case study with Ann that we recorded a year ago. And she was just coming off doing $13,000 on our first launch, then 43, and she was jumping for joy with 43, and now she did 100. It took me 4 years to get to a launch that did $100,000. I think it did $106,000. 4 years it took. Ann's like 18 months or something. It's just ridiculous. Okay, so the open cart, this is what it looks like. So we haven't, there's this thing called the pre-pre, haven't taught you that. That's another thing. But then the pre-launch, that was all lesson 1. Talked about the pre-launch. And now we're talking about, this is that, 7 to 10 days. And then now we're to the open cart, this open cart sequence. So what I've done is I've blown that out here. And we're going to spend a little bit of time showing you how the open cart works. So the key thing is it's a sequence. And you continue to build a value during the sequence. You continue to build value for people, but you're also taking that value now is more directed towards your program. And I like to think of it as a shoot. Like, these are just notes to me, so I remember to say stuff. That's, every little bit of helps, right? So I just think of it like as a chute that's gradually taking people into your closed cart. So it's typically 5 to 7 days. I'm going to put it up here. Open cart is 5 to 7 days. Sometimes I see people, they end up having really long open carts, 10 days, 14 days. I actually saw a 21-day open cart. And what happens with that really long open cart is you run out of things to say. You run out of things to do. And then you end up just sending another email that says, oh, please buy my stuff. Pretty please buy my stuff. Oh, the cart's still open. Go buy my stuff. And it becomes like a begathon. And remember the mental triggers and the social proof trigger and the authority trigger. If you end up in a situation where you're just begging, on day 12 of your open cart for people to click through the link and buy, there's not a lot of authority there. And there's not a lot of social proof. It's like you start to look desperate. So you don't want to look desperate when you're trying to get people to invest in you. So here we go. Look at that. I knocked off Begathon. You want to continue to use the triggers in here as you go through this sequence. And I'm going to, actually, let's jump to the sequence first. So here I've got a 5-day cart, right? Here's day 1, there's day 2, there's day 3, day 4, and day 5. Got it? 1, 2, 3, 4. We got 5 days. So you want to send emails each day. So on your opening cart day, and this can get adapted if you go to 7 days. Sometimes there are launches, like Ann said she did a 4-day cart, and that's fantastic. I've done 3-day carts. I once did a cart that was like a day and a half. It was like 30 hours long. But that is a super advanced strategy. So just go with 5 to 7 days. Go with 5. The first time you do this until you get a lot of experience. The reason the shorter launches are for more experienced folks is they give you less time to recover if something goes sideways. So go with 5 to 7 days. So my favorite these days is 5 days. So on day 1, actually let's talk about what you can do. Things to continue to build value is you can do case studies. So people love case studies, and basically you're showing how your thing has worked for people. Now, some people are like, I've seen this question a lot in the comments, like, what if I don't have any case studies? That's fine, don't use case studies. My first dozen launches didn't have case studies. I've shown you a lot of case studies because I love sharing the success of my students, and it's an incredible asset that I have. But if you don't have it, that's fine. You don't need it. Many successful launches for me and my students without case studies. Or the case study, it could be just someone talking about, like even if you coach someone one-on-one, if you're a one-on-one practitioner, they can talk about the results working with you. Even if you end up selling a course, even if it's something you're actually selling something slightly different, if the case study is more about just working with you. So again, you don't need it, but you can do it. This is something I invented a few years ago. And a lot of this stuff, my students invented. They came up with ideas and brought it back to me, but this is one I actually invented. The all access page is, I have one page where all the pre-launch content's available. And this is typically done in a JV launch. So it gives the JVs something to mail in the middle of your cart week, where all of a sudden they can mail to something and say, hey, go check out all this great content. You don't have to opt in or anything. It's the all access page. You can do a product tour. I think Ann talked a little bit about that. That could be just maybe you have a membership site or a course. You can just do a screen capture video where you're sort of walking through the membership site and you give them the actual feeling of what it's like to be a member in there. This is a super easy one to do. Whether you have a Mac or a Windows machine, there's built-in screen capture software for there, and the screen capture is just a recording of your screen while you talk over it. So you could just go into whatever your membership is. If you're doing a seed launch and you don't even have anything, you don't have a membership, you don't have anything to show them, you could just create a Word document or a Google document with your outline. And you could do a tour of your outline. It just gives you another way to talk about your product. Now, you see how these are focused on moving forward on the sale. You can have a frequently asked questions. You could do this as an email. For years, I did it as an email. It was a really favorite thing. It was a very long email. But it's, hey, a lot of people are having questions. And for me, people are having questions about getting launched. And then I would list, 5, 6, 8, 10 questions. And I would answer them. And then I would have links to go to the sales page. And those questions, of course, are the main objections. So really all of this stuff, as you're in cart week, it's all about answering the objections. It's about in your pre-launch and your pre-pre, you've hopefully surfaced the objections. Just in the comments, people will leave their objections. So I know right now, like I said, pretty soon, in the near future, I'm going to open up the PLF coaching program. Well, I know what's holding people back. And that phrase, what's holding people back, is another phrase for objections to the sale. So out of the 5,000 comments we've gotten so far, I've been reading them. I've been looking at them, and I know people are wondering about how do you start from scratch? How do you do this if you don't have case studies? I just talked about that, right? What if you don't have case studies? What I was doing there was I was answering your objection. Because I know a bunch of you are wondering, I don't have case studies. You're showing how to do this with case studies, so that's an objection. That's holding some people back. So right there, I answered it. I'm just taking you behind the scenes. pulling back the curtain, showing you what I'm doing here. So let's see, the frequently asked questions, you would take those top objections or the things that are holding people back, and you would answer them in your frequently asked questions. Another thing we did, I didn't write it down here, but it was a fireside chat. So I actually, like right over there is a big fireplace. Dan, can they see the big fireplace if we put the overhead on for them? So there's a big fireplace over there. They could actually probably still see me. And we just took out the flip chart and put a chair here and sat in front of this, turned on the fire, which actually turned out to be a mistake because I started to get really warm. It's like it was an emergency. Hey, folks, someone turn off the fire. And I sat here, and it was just a very homey feeling. I'm in like a nice, easy chair, and just answered questions. It was just a chat. Hey, I got a few questions, came in, just wanted to take a minute and answer these. And all the questions were just objections. What if I don't have a list? What if I don't have a following? What if I don't know what my market is? What if I don't have a product? What if I'm an introvert? What if I don't want to appear on video? What if I don't know anything about technology? And I just answered all of those. And it's just a very relaxed setting. So it was just to send an email out to the list and said, hey, I'm doing a fireside chat, and here's the link. And sometimes I've done it I used to do it via video. The last time I did it, it was via a live stream, just me sitting in front of the fire. So there you go. Fireside chat. That's a bonus one for you. Didn't even have that listed. But it's basically another version of the FAQ. You could do a live stream, have any number of topics. We did a live stream recently we called the Knights of the Square Table, the launch Knights of the Square Table. And obviously, I don't know if you've noticed, but I've got some fans. They've been showing up in the comments. They've been showing up in the case studies. These are folks that, that are part of the community and that love me, and I love them as well. So we had a Zoom with, we had 6 or 8 of the folks that just coming back onto a Zoom with me talking about their experience. So it was another way of highlighting the community. So we did that as a live. You can do a webinar, which is more like slides and going through really in a webinar, what you do is you'd end up repeating the same material that you did in your sideways sales letter, but you do it in a compressed, 60-minute fashion. You could do that. You can do a bonus stack. Add bonuses as you go throughout your launch. And this is great, especially early on. Bonuses are great for answering objections. So if someone has an objection, like, I don't know, if it was learning to play guitar, and maybe, I don't know what the objection could be. Maybe it's learning how to bend notes. And all of a sudden, so for some reason, you're teaching blues guitar, and you realize that the thing holding people back is they can't get their bends right, and they keep on asking you a question about bending notes. And that comes up as an objection, but you hadn't actually addressed that in the course. So now you're in open cart, and you could just, somewhere later in the cart, you're like, hey, we've got a new bonus about bending notes. And so you will announce that bonus, and then you just end up creating the bonus as soon as your cart closes. So you can add bonuses and make the offer stronger and stronger. And, I like to be kinder and gentler in my life, and kinder and gentler in my business. But remember, it's all about moving people forward. It's moving people forward, and your offer is the answer for them. Whatever their problem is, your offer is the answer. And the bonus stack starts to put more pressure on them to make that decision. So I don't like to think about pressuring people, but really, if you're just making your thing better and better and better, and the pressure is building just because the thing is getting better and better and better, then fantastic, right? So the way this works is I use email a lot. And frankly, you'll also be using social. You'll be using every channel. But on opening day, you basically mail them. There's a message that goes out that says, we're open. Click this link, and that takes them to a sales page or a sales video. Then later in the day, we have the second email, it's got to be an email. It could also be social. It could be anywhere. else that you're reaching them. But this one is what we call the tsunami email. And it's this, I like to get this feeling of this wave. It's like so crazy, like this wave of momentum is building. And if you don't have a wave, you want to be honest in your copy, but there's always a reason to send that second email and cart open. Then you'll mail once on day 2, and it'll be to one of these things. You'll do one of these things to build value here, okay? Then on day 3, you mail once again to another one of these things. Day 4, this is a day before cart close, and you'll mail twice. The first one is, hey, we've got 36 hours left. And then this one it'll be something along this line, but this will be very directed towards making the sale. So this will be either an FAQ or a tour or something like that. This is, we're getting very close to go time here, because what happens is the sales are peaked at the beginning. You have a lot of sales at the beginning, and then it tends to mellow out, and then the sales go up at the end. And so this is setting up the end right there. And then you got to promise me you do this. Day 3, I know this is some of you are going to be, oh my gosh, this is freaking out a little bit, Jeff. You're going to have to send 3 emails. Sorry, you got to do it. Unless you just want to make half the sales. If you want to make half the sales, don't do it. But you got to send 3 emails if you want to make all the sales. Hey, last day, we're closing tonight. Some type of story-based thing, email. And then final, last reminder, we're closing in a few hours. The first time that I did, and I didn't even send 3 emails, I probably sent 1 email, but the first time I put a hard deadline and closed with a hard close, well, my first launch did $1,650. Second launch to almost the same list with almost the same offer 4 months later. It was, I made all these sales at the beginning, and it was just great. And so here we go. I'm going to say this was the first launch. The first launch went like this. I was so stoked. $1,650, and it sort of went like this because I didn't have a hard deadline. Second launch, I'm like, here's the special launch, the special offer, and you have to get it by this day. And so I'm like, okay, I'm pretty stoked. I mean, This launch is just tracking right along, so I was going to make another $1,650, and I was stoked. I was like, yes, awesome! And then a funny thing happened. All of a sudden, it went like this. Like that. And right into the last hour, sales were pouring in, and I made $6,000. And I learned something very important. This was in April, I think, 1997. You always need a hard close at the end. And by a hard close, it means some real scarcity. And that's where we're coming back to this mental trigger of scarcity. I got the curve in there. This is the dollar curve right there. Got the content in there. At the end of the launch, there has to be a consequence for people not acting. My silly term is something bad has to happen if they don't buy. So either the price goes up, or certain bonuses that they go away, so they have to act by now to get those special bonuses, or the offer comes off the market entirely. Ann talked about that. She's like, okay, this is what happens if the registration closes. If you want to be in, you got to buy. And that's the power, an order of power. Actually, price goes up is powerful, but usually bonuses, if they're good bonuses going away, that tends to be even more powerful. But the most powerful is that the offer is going away. You can't get it anymore. So that's the way the open cart works. This is powerful. Dan, we got any questions?
You know it. Okay, so you know what? I sometimes like to say the best for last, but I'm feeling like I'm going to give you this one right now. And this is from Renee, and Renee says, hey, is that a Gibson guitar in the corner?
That is it's a custom shop Les Paul. A custom shop 59 Les Paul. Yep. I wish I could play well enough to do it justice.
just getting the important ones out of the way real quick here. Okay, so
And actually, there's two Gibsons. There's an ES335 back there as well. I'm a really good guitar buyer. I'm not as good a guitar player.
okay, so we've got a couple questions about the testimonials and about case studies. And we've got people who are asking, like, what if you haven't sold this before? You don't have clients, so you don't have case studies yet. What would you do there? And we actually already have another question that you might tie into this. Someone says, could you use your own story as a case study?
Yeah, first of all, absolutely, you can use your own story. That's a great place to start. A lot of times, in years past, I would go heavy into my story. Here, I sprinkled it throughout. You could use your own story. You could use your story of people you worked with one-on-one. You could use just to have people talk about how awesome you are as a human being. Or you could do it without testimonials and case studies, because everyone starts from somewhere. And Dan, we have a squirrel. It's a chipmunk, actually.
Oh, I don't know if we can see on the scroll. Oh, there it is. There it is, folks. Folks, you heard it here. It actually exists.
Okay, in all these lessons, in all of the in all the practice sessions, the first time this year. In past years, they were out there more often. This is the first time this year we've had one. So we got a chipmunk.
It's not just hype, folks.
And
it happens. Squirrels are real.
Yeah, and I'm talking to the camera, so I'm focused. But when you get a little movement in the corner of my eye, because it's right there.
Squirrel.
Okay, enough of that. So you don't need case studies. You don't need testimonials. You can absolutely do this without them. My first half dozen launches, maybe my first dozen launches, I didn't have any. I certainly didn't have any video ones. Back then, it was like an email or something. So you do not need them. You can do great without them. When Ann did her first launch, she didn't have them. Okay, so you don't need them, but you can use stories of them working with you one-on-one, or your story is a great story to share. People are always interested in how you started.
I know I've heard you talk about too, like if people haven't necessarily been working with clients for something, but maybe they've helped a friend with it, or stuff like that, using those stories too.
Yeah, actually, it's interesting because when I switched to teaching launches, I just helped some friends out, and like one, I've helped her launch an ebook about how to write love letters, and this was it was fun. It was fun. It was very different from anything I did. But I said, hey, can you just send me $1? Just PayPal me $1, because now you're a paying client of mine. And then I can say you're a paying client. So yeah, little hack there.
Awesome. Okay, how about this one? This one's from Nancy. Nancy says, how do you counter the ones who just keep waiting for something better? In other words, it's talking about people who just keep waiting and waiting during the open cart. They keep waiting to buy. How do you counter that?
Now the chipmunk is messing with me out there. So it just went by. Okay, we're going to leave the chipmunk behind. So it doesn't matter. Just let them wait and wait and wait. You're not going to get 100% of the people to buy ever. You can make a fortune if 2% of the people that join your email list buy. So some will, some won't. Back in the day when I was publishing about the stock market, that was my business, publishing newsletters about the stock market. And every day I would send out a little promo saying, this is just a little promo about it. And I once had someone sit on my list for 4 years. So I published every day the stock market's open. So that's 252 days a year. So that is 1,008 emails he got from me, and then he decided to buy. Why? Who knows? It was the right time, or he decided to open my email, or maybe it was time for him to start investing, or who knows? Who cares? You're not going to get 100% of the people. It doesn't matter. You can only help the people that are ready to step up and be helped.
Awesome. There we go. Okay, this one really quick. You just go through this really quick. We've got someone who's asking, do you tell people ahead of time that it's only going to be available for 5 days and then you're closing it down?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, so there's a balance here of early on in cart. You might tend to say this is it's only going to be available for a limited amount of time, but you don't say it's only going to be available for 5 days, because then you're giving permission for people to wait until the end. And then so what I would do is it's only limited for a short period of time, for a limited amount of time, and then right around here is when you start, and like the day before close, then you then you start to be very specific. It's closing tomorrow. So yeah, otherwise you got to be careful not to give people a reason to procrastinate. I'm a procrastinator. I'm really good at it. So if you tell me I got 5 days, I'm not going to think about it until the 5th day. So you got to be a little careful and walk the balance. Now, pulling back the curtain, our registration for Product Launch Forum is going to be open for 5 days. And we're going to close it this coming Friday. When the Masterclass closes, registration for Product Launch Formula closes on that Friday. And I'm actually, like I said, I'm going to be actually opening up registration on this, in the next half hour, hopefully, if I can get to it. And what I'm going to do is I have a special bonus for the people who join today. So in addition to having this deadline, I'm going to have a deadline today so that I can get you, so that you don't procrastinate, because I know I'm going to change your life. So you could do that. You could stack, these are like early bird bonuses can come in here as well.
Okay, maybe just a couple more questions and we'll move on?
Yeah.
Okay, so we've got a few people asking in different ways. We've got a few people asking about the 3 emails on the last day, in particularly. Like, first of all, like, you really send 3 emails in a day? And then also people who are just saying, like, what do those emails say? Like, what's in those emails?
Yeah. So the first one is very simple. Hey, we're closing tonight. I mean, it might be a 30-word email. And in the Product Launch Formula coaching program, you get the sample. You can actually borrow and take what we've done and use it. The last one is very simple. We're closing in 3 hours. So those two just about write themselves. They're 30 words long, approximately. The middle one is usually, it's a longer, more story-based email. And it's like, hey, this has been an amazing experience to go through with you folks. And it's been emotional at times. I know a lot of you have gotten huge value, and and you might tell a story about a time in your life where you were faced with a decision to step forward, take the blue pill or the red pill, to step forward over what we call the offer fence. There's a saying, my friend Erico is from Brazil, and he said they have a saying, I wish I had a hat here. Hold on for just a second.
Hey. I had a hat.
Okay, I've got a hat here. It says Norway. It must be from my friend Halvard in Norway. And he's like, got to take the tag off in case Halvard's watching. They have a saying, it's like, if you want to make sure you go to the other side of the fence, get to the other side of the fence. We've got a visitor here. Yeah. Yeah. So in any case, now Kristen's ducking under the camera.
We're live, folks. Sometimes
this is
knocks
live.
on the door.
So in any case, in Brazil, they've got the saying, if you want to make sure you get to the other side of the fence, then throw your hat over to the other side of the fence. And then you ensure that you're on the other side of you'll go to the other side of the fence. So this is crazy. It's not chipmunks out there. It's people showing up outside the door.
They heard there were chipmunks.
There's the chipmunk. In fact, I don't even want to talk about the carpet and the stairway at this point. But where was I, Dan? I got distracted. What was the question?
You were talking about the offer fence and throwing your hat over the fence. So I think this is a good time. Yeah, let's talk about that.
Yeah. Okay. I'll just final wrap. So this middle email is often, it is a longer, more story-based, talking about maybe a time in your life where you were forced with a decision and you decided to throw your hat over the fence and it made this difference for you. How's that, Dan? I recovered pretty good.
That's good. Yeah, we go.
Okay, so we've got one more big time piece for you. And this is something I've just added into the Masterclass in the last year. This is all about that offer fence and getting people to throw their hat over the fence. I have a friend from Brazil, and he tells me about a saying they have. And it's the idea of throwing your hat over the fence. In other words, if you want to get to the other side of the fence, and for some reason you're reluctant to do it, then throw your hat over the fence, and then you need to go get it. So I know that one thing that holds people back in their business, in their online business, and this is something that held me back, and it held me back from starting my business, was the idea of asking for the order, the idea of asking for money for my product or my service. That analogy of throwing your hat over the fence is what you need to do. And what I'm talking about is the offer fence. So you've taken people through the pre-launch. You've taken them right up into the open cart. And now you have to convey to people why they should pay you. Why they should throw their hat over the fence and join you. Because all the results, all the transformation that you can provide for them is on the other side of the offer fence. You have to ask them to throw their hat over the fence so they can get all the juicy goodness that you're going to deliver. And the reality is, in addition to getting them to throw their hat over the fence, you have to throw your hat over the fence. You have to go all in to convince them, to show them why they should buy from you, why they should take out their wallet and give you their hard-earned money. All the success, all the results, all the lifestyle, all the impact is on the other side of the offer fence. You have to sell effectively. That's what the offer fence is all about. You have to throw your hat over the fence and get people to join you. Let's see how it works in the real world.
Hi, my name is Tembi Bega, and I'm the founder of Virtual Staff on Demand, and an organization that trains African women to be virtual assistants. So I'm going to talk today about how I approach making offers. When I started, it was very, very scary. A little background, I'm from Zimbabwe, and I'm sure you can tell from the accent that I'm not from here. And most of my clients are from North America. So I had these fears that, first of all, nobody would buy for me because I'm African. You always have these internal fears where you're not sure if people are going to buy or invest in your products because of who you are, how you look, how you talk, and all that stuff. And those are some of the things which I struggled with when I first started. And eventually I started realizing, and you know, when I think about like the offer which PLF was made to me, this was the first online product I ever bought, and I look at the impact it made in my life, I started realizing that it's not really about the offer and about the money or about the price. It's about the impact. It's about the value of how that offer is going to change your life. And for example, I'll just give an example in Africa. People who have no money whatsoever, they will sell their cow to put their kids in school because they believe that that's going to give them value. And the cow is a very, very valuable. It's like selling your house basically here in North America. And so that's one thing which I really started realizing, that it's not about the money, it's about the value. And at first I used to comp people for free because, you know, when you're starting, you're like, maybe I'll just let these people come in for free and take the training for free. And that didn't produce results. When people are not financially invested, they're not emotionally invested. I have learned that over the years. So you have to have that financial investment so that you can get the results and work hard to get the results. And that's really what happened for me. And the first investment I made was $2,000 in PLF, which I couldn't even afford. But I was able, that investment brought me way more than money. And I kept investing and investing. The more I invested, the higher the return. I don't know how the formula works, but it seems like it worked like that for me. So when I'm thinking of making offers and really making it the right way, it's not about the money that people will pay. It's about the results they'll get. Think of the results you're going to give to your clients. Just meditate about it and think about it and think what results and how is their life going to change. When I think of the women in Zimbabwe who I have trained to be virtual assistants, they paid me $100, which is like 10,000 here. But their return on investment is amazing. Now they can educate their children, they can take them to school, they can feed, they can put food on the table because of that investment, huge investment they made in their lives. So think of the investment your clients are making when you're making those offers, and think of the return on investment which they're going to have when they invest in you. So that's really, when you're making offers, they come from that. Don't come from, oh my God, they're going to pay so much money on me. Come from, what are the results? That is why I am a big advocate of PLF, because when I think of the results I have gotten from PLF, like that's little $2,000. I couldn't even afford to pay $2,000 upfront. I actually paid, I think it was $199 a month. That was the payment plan, $199 a month. That investment has brought hundreds of thousands. Recently, I did a 3-day offer. It was a weekend offer, like nothing planned. And I had over $101,000 in 3 days just by emails. I didn't even do a launch, like it was just by emails. So when I think of that $199 I paid, I got $101,000 just on a 3-day offer. So that's really the power of making an offer to your clients if you know that it's going to change their lives. So don't stop making those offers. It's very important to make those offers and change people's lives, because the more money you make, the more impact you can have. And the more money you invest, the better results you get. That's what I've learned.
Don't you love Tembi? I mean, she's one of the stars of our community, and you could see the people cheering her on in the comments. Tembi's just, she's one of those folks that she when she came to North America, she came to Canada and was one of those people that came out of a very distressed situation and landed in Canada with $5 in her pocket. Absolutely, she's an incredible woman. So here's our offer fence right here. That's our offer fence. And this is all about getting people to throw their hat over to the other side. Because on the other side is where they can get the results. Whether you're helping people with their tennis swing or you're helping parents of children with fetal alcohol syndrome. This is the pre-launch. You gave them great value, some of your best value, but by definition, you only have a limited amount of time, and you're giving them like the 50,000 foot value. Now you're asking them to step over and to get grounded in the real world and get results, to get a return on their investment. They've already invested time with you and effort with you. This is where they can get their return on investment. Maybe this is where they can get dollars, or they can get a better tennis swing. This is where maybe they get freedom from that pain. Remember, you're either taking them towards pleasure or away from pain. They get freedom from that pain. This is where they can where you can truly make an impact on their lives. The amazing thing is, on the other side of the offer fence is where you get all these things as well. This is where you get that online business. This is where you get that freedom. This is where you get the dollars. This is where you get the return on investment. This is where you get results. This is where you get your business. This is where you make your impact. This is where you live the life that you want. Maybe even the life that was meant for you. It's all on the other side. And if I feel like I'm a cheerleader at this point, I am. Because I personally had a lot of stuff around this. I didn't think someone would actually buy from me. I didn't think someone would pay for something that I created. When I did my first launch, I told you about that, the $1,650. On that last page, I showed you, I went from $1,650 in the first launch to $6,000 in that next launch. And then you've heard me, I've done launches up to $5 million. I've made over $1 million in sales in a single day, more times than I can count. I made $1 million in sales in 1 hour, in 53 minutes, $1 million in sales. And you know what the most important launch for me was? By far, dwarfs every other launch. By far the most critically impactful, important launch for me was when I did $1,650. When that first sale came in, it changed my life. That was in January 1997. And I was like, someone paid me. Someone's given me money for something I created. Changed everything. I got to the other side of the offer fence. I overcame that discomfort, and I got to everything we've gone through now. We're at an hour in. We're at 8.5 hours now of this masterclass. And everything I've taught you before, if you're not willing to step onto the other side of the offer fence and make your offer in a powerful way, then it's all for naught. It doesn't matter. So here's how you make a powerful offer. First of all, you cannot sell from your heels. And that's both physical and metaphorical. So you don't want to be like leaning away from the camera. You know, please, I'm exaggerating, but please buy my stuff, please. It's really good, please buy. Oh, yeah. You have to feel confident about what you're going to offer. And you actually do not be on the heels of your feet when, I mean, like physically. You don't want to be like this. You want to have presence. And I'm going to show you how to do that in just a sec. But you want to lean into the offer, both physically. I mean, you don't want to be like this, but you want to lean in and make a powerful offer. Lean in metaphorically and physically. Enthusiasm. I'm about to say something that I think this is my own quote. I don't think I got this from anyone else. Feel free to retweet this and give me credit because I think I said this. I don't think I stole it from anyone. I think I invented this. Sales is enthusiasm transferred. You're taking your enthusiasm and you're transferring it to the other person. So, you know, I know there's a comment about, you know, Jeff, someone's in the Facebook group, they said, I'm surprised Jeff said he's an introvert. And I'm totally an introvert. I'm like the worst at a cocktail party. I'm like well, I'm probably not there to start with. But if I am there, I'm in the corner and I'll just try to find one person that I know that I'm comfortable talking to. And then I'll just like zero in on them and I'll try to be as engaging and witty as possible. So they'll just stay with me for the entire party and I don't have to go anywhere else. Because after this masterclass is over, I'll just go take a hike and be out in the woods for a long time. Because I'm just bringing it for you right now, but it's not my natural state. So, but even if you're an introvert, you have to be enthused about the impact you're going to make. You have to be enthused about the offer you're going to make. Okay, next up is you want to focus on the transformation. Whatever you're selling, whether it's a a course, an online course, or it's a membership site, or it's a weekend seminar, or it's a mastermind, or it's a piece of art, or if it's a book, or it's some steaks. Doesn't matter. You're selling the transformation. We talked about that at length in lesson 1. It's more. It's not the stuff. It's how that stuff is going to change their lives. So focus on the transformation. You actually do have to talk about the stuff at some point. So you can talk about the stuff. Remember Anne talking about open cart. She talked about talking about that stuff. But even as you talk about the stuff, in other words, the modules they get, or the PDFs they get, or whatever shows up in the mail. You talk about that stuff, but you still talk about it in terms of how it's going to transform their life. Then there's always, you want to have a risk reversal. So a risk reversal means it's a guarantee. Risk reversal is a fancy term for a guarantee. I'm a big fan of guarantees. I've always offered one from day one, and we still offer one. And the way I like to do it is we offer a 14-day guarantee, and it's like, just if you want to refund, just send us an email. It's not like there's been a trend in my market, in my teaching entrepreneurs market. A lot of people their guarantee is, do all the homework and send in your homework. Prove to me you watched all the videos. Prove to me you showed up on every little thing. Type everything up and send me a 40-page PDF of everything you've done to try to put this in action, and then I'll give you your money back. I am not a fan of that. It's like, send me an email, you get my money, you get your money back. So there are lots of different ways to handle this, but you want to be really clear that you're taking the risk. I'm taking the risk. Take a look at PLF for 14 days. Download everything for 14 days. Doesn't work for you, send an email, get your money back. Boom. Okay. One way to think about this is that you are their guide. This is like a solemn responsibility. You are their guide. You're not someone selling stuff to them. You're taking them down this path that you've been there before. And it's a solemn duty to take them down that path. In fact, I would say, and this is a word that freaks a few people out, and I'm not talking about religion here, but I think it's your sacred duty. If you have something that's truly going to help people, then it's your sacred duty to guide them to the other side of the offer fence, to take them to the precipice of making a decision. And, really, you also have to have some detachment. Because, we had that question just a few minutes ago of, what if they won't buy? What if they won't buy? Well, some of them won't. You can lead a horse to water, but you can't make him drink, right? Plenty of people won't step to this other side. But it's your sacred duty to be their guide, and to be a guide with as much compassion and heart and soul and effectiveness that you can. I know, like, when I get ready to make an offer, I drill down, and I'm like, I start to think about the people I've helped and the impact I've made on them. So this is beforehand. The people I've helped. You've met some of them. You just saw Ann. You saw Tembi earlier today. You met Blaine. You met Jana. You met Elliot. I think about how I've helped those people. And not just help those people, but like Elliot, he's a psychotherapist. And he's helped other psychotherapists. And they've helped thousands of people because I was able to guide him onto the other side of the offer fence. And if that's not a sacred duty for me, because at some point Elliot was watching me make an offer, and he's like, should I do it or not? Will it work for me or not? Can it work in my market or not? And I was his guide, and I took him over here. And it's changed his life. You saw his case study. It's changed his life. So it was a sacred thing I did. But it not just changed his life, but it changed all of those therapists that he helped. And the thousands and thousands of people that they helped. That's why it's my sacred duty. So as I get ready to go into an offer, that's what I'm thinking about. Is I'm focusing on, what are they going to get? Not what am I going to get? What are they going to get? And that'll put you in a mood, in a state where you can sell leaning in, where you can have that enthusiasm and transfer that enthusiasm, where you can comfortably take the risk reversal, where you can truly guide them. And so this is how, no matter how uncomfortable it might feel to make an offer, this is how you, and what, the other thing is you've done all this heavy lifting, the sideways sales letter. People already are listening to you. So you just drill down into that impact of Jana and how you heard her yesterday, how, their income was taken away with COVID and she was able to turn it around in weeks. Or Amanda and Jonathan, how they were able to adopt Eleanor May because, and I put myself in that state, and it makes it really, it's very powerful to make an offer from that state. So I've actually taken this to the next level for me. So this is just what I do to get me pumped, because I have this one video that I have watched. We created this video a couple of years ago, and I've watched this video probably 100 times. I love this video because it just makes it so real about this impact. And I would like to share that video with you right now. So let me tell you a story. On September 25th, I left my home, my business, to go on a 3-week wilderness trip at the bottom of the Grand Canyon. I went with my son Daniel, my brother John, and 10 other really great friends. And for 3 weeks, our entire existence was defined by the sun, the moon, the stars, the river, the rock walls. It was just an absolutely unbelievable epic experience. Each day we got up to face new challenges, to float through some of the biggest rapids in the world, to explore amazing side canyons, to hike to waterfalls, to experience slot canyons so narrow you almost had to turn sideways to fit through them. Each day brought new adventures and new camaraderie and new companionship, and we sunk deeper and deeper into the wilderness. It was absolutely amazing, a true highlight of my life. And then I got off the river, and it was time to come home. It was time for re-entry into the normal world, re-entry into the ordinary world. And I had 2 messages from my team. The first one was that we're still in business. The second one was, you have to check this out.
Hi, I'm Marta, and I'd like some help to tell my story.
Today was a PA day for the kids, and normally, about a year ago, that would have meant total panic on our part because we wouldn't have had childcare. But this year, my lovely husband and I both work for my online business, so no childcare panic. And in fact, we had like this awesome leisurely morning with the kids, and I went and did my workout, and then we got in the car for the cottage. And
if I look at my life today, it's completely transformed. I'm now a full-time online entrepreneur. I have done a 6-figure launch twice.
I commute 17 steps from my bedroom to my lazy boy in my fuzzy slippers.
I watched video after video after video. I binge watched my launch club, sharing their wins, sharing their launch life.
You know, it comes from this collaboration. It comes from hearing the perspectives of other people. One of my favorite pieces of advice is that to get to where you want to go, surround yourself with 5 other people who have already been there and already doing it.
Because if not you, who? If not now, when?
We're tippy-toeing towards $500,000, but that's not even the best part. The best part is my dream is coming true. I get to be a fairy art mother who helps people develop art skills.
I went to my dad to ask him about that. Papa, do you remember what you told me after I decided to quit my job and start with this online business thing?
I remember it very well, because I said I think I got my daughter back.
This is my launch life. This is our launch life. What's yours? I'm here because I want to get you launched. I'm about 8.5 hours into this, and I've taught, and I've taught, and I've taught. And I just want to see you launch. And I know some people are going to take what I've shared so far, and they'll launch. But I know the real answer is the people that step forward and go forward with me. They're going to be the ones that will be the stars that get the results. And so I am so happy and so honored to open up my product launch formula coaching program. And that's what I want to just tell you a little bit about it. I've got some notes here because there is literally so much here. I can't remember what is all in it. You've got the support of me, my coaches, my content team, my copy team, my customer service team, my leadership team. And we're all there because it's our mission in life to get you launched. And so this is a program that I have been offering for 15 years. And there's only one way you stay in business for 15 years. And that's by getting people results. And that's what we do. This whole organization is pointed towards getting you results. We've worked super hard to take out everything holding you back from having the online business that you want and getting all the benefits from that, the lifestyle, the freedom, the ability to not be shut down by a pandemic, the income, the ability to work with the people you work with who you want to, the ability to work where you want, when you want, and the ability to do the work that you want, and the ability to make the impact that you want. I think you've seen that through these case studies I've shared. A lot of people, they're sharing their dollars results, but I think it was clear so many of them are driven even more by who they get to work with and how they get to work with them and how they can help those people. I want you to have that kind of business. And I know the only way to do it is if you launch. I don't have magical words here to magically make you, hypnotize you into buying. All I know is the people that join product, just look at the results we've gotten that I've been sharing for the last 2 days. And this is indeed my sacred duty. It's become my life's work. It's crazy, but this is my life's work. And I've been able to shepherd thousands into this community, this warm community that just wants to embrace you and help lift you up into that business. So I just want to take a few minutes and tell you what is included with Product Launch Formula. Because I've given you I've given you the big picture, but I haven't even begun to scratch the surface of what I can give you, what I will give you in the Product Launch Formula coaching program. I'm talking about stuff like what goes in every single video, what actually goes in those videos. Yes, you've got opportunity, transformation, ownership, but what do you actually put in those? What's the exact timing of your launches? What's the exact timing of your pre of the open cart? What do you do every step of the way? If you're just starting out, how do you pick your niche or your market? And how do you narrow it down? This is one thing is we all have hidden assets. We all have assets that we bring to the table. I've never met a single person that doesn't have assets that they bring to their new business. And we have this exercise, it's right at the beginning of Product Launch Formula, that will help you identify those assets that you have forgotten about, that will give you leverage in your business. There's the whole pre. How do you do the pre? What do you do with the pre? What's the significance of the pre? How does the pre inform your pre-launch? How does the pre inform your offer? What's the shot across the bow? What's the intended purpose of it? How does it work technically? What does it do for you? How do you build your list? How do you use a launch to build your list? I like to say it's like this, it's not so much you need a list to do a launch, you do a launch to get the list. What are the exact open cart strategies day by day, and how do you implement them? How do you put together your offer so it's this crushing offer that people just cannot wait to buy? Bonus strategies. How do you put together bonuses that make your offer even more effective? How do you recruit and work with JV partners if you're doing a JV launch? How do you keep them engaged? How do you keep them stoked through the launch? How do you get them to keep on mailing throughout your launch? How do you communicate with them months ahead of time? How do you communicate with them afterwards? How do you incent them? How do you get them to mail each day of your open cart? How do you get them to mail each day of your pre-launch? Go deep into the seed launch. I'm talking scripts of exactly what to do, what are the timelines of the seed launch, and creating the seed product. The internal launch, we go deep on the internal launch. The JV launch, there is so much more than I could share yesterday about the JV launch. We haven't even talked about the quick launch, because I just talked about the 3 main types of launches. There are many more, like the quick launch. The quick launch is fantastic if you already have a list. You can do it with just 3 or 4 emails in the matter of a few days. And this is one where if you're looking for a quick cash infusion or a quick infusion of sales, quick launch is magical. There's the Sparta launch, and that's how you sell high-end workshops, crazy high-priced workshops. If you're a one-on-one practitioner, this can be amazing for you. You can do it with, it's one of the simplest launches. You can do it with a few emails. The evergreen launch, Elliot talked about 6-figure months. That's where he was at now, 6-figure months. That's because he's got an evergreen launch. This is a launch that's basically running all the time for new people that come into your world. It's an advanced strategy. It's not your first launch, but it's incredibly powerful. Then what I call the business launch formula, and that's how you really create a business. So you saw how Anne, she said she did $130,000, but just a little over a year ago, her first launch was $13,000. At $130,000, you got a real sustainable ongoing business. How do you do that? How do you use your launches to build a real sustainable business? That's all covered in there. And that, again, scratches the surface of product launch formula. Now, I'm going to have to go here and tell you some of the stuff you get. So first of all, this is an online training program. You'll instantly get access to the PLF portal. So the portal gives you, first there'll be 9 modules. The modules will be released every week. On Monday, we release the modules. There's a number of videos. The videos are not 3.5 or 4 hours long. That's just because we're in a live set. But the videos, we were able to make them nice and tight. Most of the videos are 8 to 10 minutes long. Maybe there might be 1 or 2 that are 12 minutes, but they're bite-sized, so you can go through them. So in your typical module, we'll go through the process. We'll take one chunk that we need to teach you, and there'll be a number of videos. Now, they'll be released every Monday. There's a place to ask questions under all the videos. And if you fall behind, no problem. You can go back and catch up. Life happens to all of us. Sometimes we fall behind. So you can move at your own pace, but you're going to get these modules week by week. You get the videos, you get audios, you get transcripts. So some people are better audio learners. Some people would rather read. That's me. I'd rather read than watch video. We're all different. So you get the videos, the audios, the transcripts. You get breakdowns of real launches. So I'll go through launch videos of some of our students with their permission. I'll go through them and I'll say, this is what you did really well. This is what they could have done differently. Oh, did you see how they did that? That was amazing. This is incredible learning. You can see real world how it was applied and what worked and what could have been done differently. You get scripts in various markets. So you can actually see what people said. You can actually take a look at what they said in the videos. You can see how they put together their launches. So you're not starting from scratch. You're starting with dozens, maybe hundreds, but I know it's at least dozens of real world examples of proven launches that work. You get checklists, action guides. So in the last few years, one of the things about this team that I've built, they're amazing. They're all mission driven. Their mission is it's the future of all humanity. It's helping entrepreneurs launch. And so they have helped me work. They've worked so hard to take my teachings and make them so step-by-step actionable. So you get those checklists. You get the action guides. You get in-depth case studies. So the case studies you've been watching here, those are just sort of, this is my market, this is my story, these are my results. If you want to go in depth into how this stuff has worked for people, that's there as well. You get timelines of how to put together the different launches and what to do when. You get, it's step-by-step, fill in the blank. And then you get feedback from my coaches and myself. This is a coaching program. So each week for 2 months, we're going to have a weekly coaching call. So you can get on that coaching call with my coaches. I'll be on some of them. My coaches will be on some of them. Some of them will be me and the coaches. And we'll answer your questions. So what this is the whole cohort here that joins right now will have this cohort, and everyone can get on the call. And so you not only get your questions answered, but you get to hear everyone else's questions. So you're hearing questions that other people haven't even thought of yet. And you're getting the answers there. Now, full disclosure, typically we get a lot of people that join, and you might not get your question answered in the first call. But if you stick in there, if you hang in there, you're going to get your question answered. So what we'll do is for 2 months, we're going to do weekly coaching calls. Amazing value. The value of this coaching calls is 2 or 3 times the cost of the entire program just in these coaching calls. You know, for those of you who have been after hours with Barry, you know, you've seen the level of coaching. So my coaches, they are full-time on my team. They aren't, you know, any other program out there, you get someone who's just getting paid a few bucks to jump on the call. They're like, whatever. Full-time coaches who've been working, most of them, we've just added a couple new coaches because of the demand, but most of my coaches have been with me anywhere from 5 years and on up. So you get those coaching calls, weekly coaching calls for 2 months. After those 2 months, we still got you covered. We'll do monthly calls for the rest of the year. So 2 months of weekly calls, 10 months of monthly calls. No one else does this, at least to my knowledge. You get this Facebook, a PLF alumni group on Facebook. So this is where you can literally you join today, and by tomorrow morning, you're in there with the alumni that have done millions of dollars of launches collectively. You're rubbing shoulders with the people that have been down the path before you. The people who have faced the same challenges, the same doubts, the same fears, the same excitement, the same trepidation, the same unlimited sense of potential. They've been there before you. And you'll be in that group with them. Now, you know what? I'll tell you what, there's a lot of groups, a lot of programs out there. There's a lot of programs that, you know, every week there's a new program some pop-up rent-a-guru pops up and offers a new program every week. And every single one of them offers a Facebook group because they saw me doing it 5, 6, 7, 8 years ago. They don't have the PLF community. I hope you sense that just by watching the folks in the comments. The folks in the comments that were cheering Tembi on just now, those are members of our community. That's the kind of community we have. Except for once you get into the alumni group, it's a lot, it's so much better than what you saw in the comments. This is where it's like this warm blanket that wraps you in a warm blanket of security, of encouragement, of wisdom, of tactical knowledge. And, you know, the reality is this can be a lonely business. In fact, we all can be in a lonely place right now because of COVID. But if you want to come home, I like to talk, this is like coming home for an entrepreneur or for a soon-to-be entrepreneur. This is like stepping into that group is like coming home. And I would love to welcome you home. If you're ready to step into my world, that's where we welcome you home. And we'll get you in there by tomorrow morning if you join today. We're just getting started here, so sorry about this. So, no, I'm not sorry. I'm stoked. I'm excited. Because what I have here is 12 bonuses for you that are ridiculously off the hook. So this is basically a matter of my team and I thinking of every possible thing that could hold you back and creating a bonus to answer that. The first bonus is we call it launching your list. This is an entire course on how to build a list of people that are hungry for what you've got. How to build that list, and then nurture that list and build the relationship with that list. Launching your list is it's actually Launching Your List, a 2.0 version, and it's available for you instantly when you join product. Inside the portal, there's going to be a tab for that, and you get the full course. You could, I'm going to show you a link in a few minutes. You could be in that course within 15 minutes from now. It's there for you, available immediately. There's also the full-blown product creation code. So this is all about how you create a product. Again, it's how you create a product that people want and people will buy from you. Full-out course. And again, it's all in the portal. It's accessible just with a click. The Launching Your List is available immediately. Product creation codes will open up a little bit later. I don't want to overwhelm you with too much all at the same time. I do an event called Product Launch Formula Live. Some of the video clips and stuff you've seen have been at PLF Live. It's a live, I've been doing it since 2010. It's always been a live in-person event. Obviously, in pandemic times, we don't know what's going to happen. So this event will be in spring of 2021. It'll likely be in April. We're still trying to figure out what's going on with COVID. It will be a virtual event, so you'll be able to attend it from anywhere in the world without any travel. A virtual PLF Live. If there's a possibility of doing a physical version, we'll also do it physically. So definitely virtual, possibly in person, we don't know. April 2021, I charge $1,000 to come to this event. If you join Product Launch Formula, you get a coupon for $900 off. So basically, it will just cost you $100 to come to this 3-day live event with me, where I'm on stage the entire time, walking you through your launch. It's basically, I have an alternate way to teach the whole formula, and that's what I'll teach at PLF Live. It's an incredibly powerful event. Unbelievable power. People come in and they just get so much work done because it's a workshop. It's not just a bunch of lectures. It's not just a bunch of guest speakers. It's me on stage almost the entire time. It's me, maybe some of my coaches, but it's a focused curriculum. PLF Live. So it's your third bonus. It's $900 off PLF Live. Bonus number 4 is what we call your tech quack. My team likes to make fun of me because I have a hard time saying this one. It's your tech stack quick start. Your tech stack quick start. This is all about the technology. Picking out what technology to use and getting it implemented. So the reality is depending on where you are in your business, different technology will be right for you. So I've got a pretty sizable business. I've got some fancy tech. I've got tech people on staff. We've got a fancy team, fancy technology. That you heard Dan say the other day. He started a business selling him a course, and it cost about $100 for his first year. He's got much simpler needs. So in this tech stack quick start, my team's put this together for you, so you get to pick which technology stack is right for you. That tech stack is a term. That's like all the different things, which is right for you in your business and how to implement it. Bonus number 5 is book launch campaigns. I know a lot of you are authors and you want to launch a book. If you don't launch your book, it's not going to sell. So you need a book launch campaign, and this is an entire module on how to do book launch campaigns. That's a bonus module. There's another bonus on the Sparta launch. I mentioned this a little earlier. This is how to sell very high-level, small workshops in a very simple launch that's just built out of emails. It's been a game changer for so many people. Tembi did a Sparta launch, taking people to Africa, taking women to Africa to share them with her VAs over there. It's unbelievable. Bonus 7 is the live launch training. So what I'm doing right here is what we call a live launch. I'm live, direct to you in front of the camera. As I mentioned, you could do your launch based on videos. You could do it based on emails. You can also, but doing it live is a relatively new strategy that I have pioneered in the last couple of years. It was actually invented by some of my students, and then I've really pioneered it in the last few years. And now a lot of people are doing it. But this is, some people are more comfortable or would rather do it live than recording video or doing email. If that's you, and in some ways it's simpler to just turn on a camera and do it live. Not for everyone, but for a lot of people, it's a great fit. So this is a training on how to do the live launch. Then we've got 3 little mini courses. And the first one is called Operation Quick Start. So if you're starting from scratch, just absolutely starting out, this is for you. Now, this isn't about how to launch. PLF's all about that. But there are some things that you need to do in starting out with your business to get started on the right foot and get started quickly and not get side-railed by the wrong things. That's what Operation Quick Start is all about. The second little mini course is the secrets of leverage and scale. So if you have a one-on-one business, if you are a practitioner, if you're a coach, you're helping people on a one-on-one basis and you want to step into a leverage business where you have courses, where you have classes, and you work to a small group or to many, this is all about how to do that. How to transition from one-on-one to leverage. How to go from your income is limited by your hours to stepping into, okay, now I've got a leveraged income. I'm working with a whole bunch of people at one time. Woo, freedom. The next, bonus number 10. We're almost there, folks. Bonus number 10, the launch partnership. So some of you might be like, this is super cool. I love this whole process. I love PLF. It's just awesome. And I don't actually want to create my own product. Or I maybe don't want to create my own list. You just want to help other people launch, either as a launch manager or as a full-out business partner. That can be, the opportunity is extraordinary. It was actually my first business I basically built that way. We have a lot of people that have done this really successfully, but there are some big-time gotchas here. One of them caught me in a really nasty way. So in the launch partnership mini module, I show you how to think about setting this up, how to actually set it up, what the deal should look like, what the partnership split should look like. This one mini module, if you're interested in running launches for other people or helping people with their launches, this could be worth literally hundreds of thousands of dollars. I mean, yeah, it's ridiculous. Then bonus number 11 is winning your launch through gamification. And this is where you actually take your launch and turn it into a game so people are excited to compete. And even though the folks on Telegram saw me doing that just a little tiny bit that ever follow me on Telegram. This is a really powerful way to take your launch to the next level. Now, that's the whole offer. But I also have another bonus to throw in there, another bonus to add. And this is if you join by Tuesday at midnight. On Wednesday, I'm going to be doing a live training. We call it the Lead Magnet Crowdsource Call. So this is the deal. Everyone needs to have an opt-in page to grow your email list. And on your opt-in page, you have what's called a lead magnet. This is sort of the carrot that you're going to give people to opt in. And sometimes we all can get in our own way when we're trying to think, like, what's the right lead magnet? And so I did this just a couple times before, and it works amazing. All of us, this new cohort, everyone who joins by Tuesday at midnight will get on this call, and we will collectively, I've got a process for us to brainstorm lead magnets for the people on the call. Now, I'm not going to get to everyone on the call because we're going to have a bunch of people on the call. Not going to get to everyone on the call, but you'll see the process of how we brainstorm a lead magnet, and I guarantee that no matter whether you get called on or not, you will get incredible ideas. Because the reality is a brainstorm in one market tends to work for many other markets. And you're going to see how I think about it and how my coaches think about it, and some of the other star PLF students think about it, about creating this lead magnet. So having a great lead magnet means list building gets really easy. And this call, if you join by Tuesday at midnight, you get that bonus. You get to get on live with me and this new cohort and my coaches, or some of my coaches, and go through this lead. It's super, super powerful. We've done it a couple times before. It was groundbreaking. So that's if you join by Tuesday at midnight, so you can get on the call, just so we can get you hooked up so you can get on the call with us live on Wednesday. Okay, so by now you're probably wondering, okay, Jeff, sounds pretty cool. What does it cost? So this is the deal. If you're in business, you need to think about investment. And this is an investment in your future. Just like going and spending, $40,000 or $80,000 or $120,000 on an MBA is an investment in your future. Problem is with MBA, it doesn't give you the specialized knowledge, the action plan, the coaches, the future that you get with Product Launch Formula. So the way this works, this investment works, is either you step into it and you're like, yep, I can see it, this is for me, I love this thing, and you go off and you rock it and you get an amazing return on investment. Or you have 2 weeks, our guarantee is 2 weeks from when the course starts, 2 weeks, and if this isn't going to work for me, I don't like Jeff's tone of voice, whatever, just send an email and get a refund. And that 2 weeks starts from this coming Monday, which I think is the 21st. So if you join today, it's almost like you get an extra week in the whole experience, because the 2 week guarantee is from when the course starts this coming Monday. So yeah, either you get an amazing return or you just say, nope, not for me. I'd like a refund. We give you a refund, no harm, no foul. We can still be friends. So to step into this, the tuition for Product Launch Formula is $1,997. Or you can take the payment plan. So the payment plan is just $397 today, and then 5 more payments of $397. So it's a total of 6 payments of $397. So that's just the way that you can step into this super, super easily. If this feels like I'm trying to enroll you, I am. I've been trying to enroll you for 8.5 hours now, because I know what your future can look like. Because there have been so many people that have gone down this path before you. And you've seen them. I've shown you them. They've gotten results. And I know those results, they're just on the other side of the fence. And I just want you to enroll you and throw in your hat over the fence in joining me in the Product Launch Formula coaching program. Now, just to make this like, I got to get it, give it to me now, give it to me today by midnight tonight, I have one more bonus for you. And this is only if you join me by midnight tonight. And we'll call it midnight Pacific time, just to give you an extra hour. If you join me by midnight tonight, I'm going to be doing a session tomorrow, a live session in the Facebook alumni group. So you can get in the alumni group. This will give us time to get you in the alumni group. In the Facebook alumni group, I'm going to be doing tomorrow a breakdown of everything we've learned. Now, if in this launch, and I launched our pivot edition that we did in April. So normally we do 1 launch a year. This year, because of the pandemic, we did 2 launches. We changed the format pretty radically. And I'm going to be breaking down the lessons learned, what we did well, what we could have done better, what worked, what was a little bit sideways. I'm going to be doing that in a live session tomorrow in the Facebook alumni group. And for all of you alumni that are watching, you're going to get you get the benefit. You get to join us there as well. So that will take place tomorrow at 4 p.m. Eastern time. I'll be doing that live and breaking that down for you. That's only if you join the coaching program by midnight tonight. Now, if everything magically worked, then there should be a button down below this video that either has already appeared or will be appearing in the next minute or two.
It's there, and we got a link for them too.
The button is there, and we've got a link for you. So click that link and join me in the Product Launch Formula Coaching Program, and I want to welcome you into your new normal. Your new normal of having, of stepping over the fence into this future of an online business. Click the link now and join me right there. So Dan, do we have any questions coming in?
Yeah, we do. Yeah, we got a few good ones here. Let's see. Okay, here's one. This one's from Hello Mojo. Hello Mojo. We've had some questions from you before. So do we need to work through content for 9 weeks before we can launch? What if we have a list in the course of the ready and we're ready to launch within a few weeks?
Yes, you can. We have many people who launch quicker. So the way it works is it's like what's the word? It's like the stuff in the later modules is the super advanced stuff. So that might be like the Evergreen launch or the Sparta. So it's front loaded with the stuff to get you moving quickly. So it doesn't take you 9 weeks. If you got that list, if you've got the offer ready to go, you're going to get launched a lot quicker. I think we had Jana was one of our case studies yesterday, and she joined, I think on like middle of April, and by towards the end of May, which is 6 weeks later, her launch was done. She'd already put the offer on and off. And remember, the launch, could be 7, 10, 14 days from your initial pre-launch to your open cart. So she'd already gone through that entire process by the end of May. And some people, everyone moves at a different pace. And frankly, I tend to move a little bit slow, and it takes me a while, and I think about stuff, and I think about stuff, and I think about stuff. But some people move a lot faster than I do. And if, we've put a lot of work into making this fit for who you are and what your learning style is. And if you're if you're a quick start, then you can be a quick start with Product Launch Formula.
Awesome. How about this one? If we join today, do we still, one, attend the rest of the class, Masterclass, until Friday? And two, if you give more bonuses later, do we still get those?
So we have this rule called, the rule is we always take care of our PLF owners. We don't have very many rules in the business, but one of them is we always take care of our PLF owners. And so, we absolutely, if you join today, you will get the absolute best experience, period. If we were to add any more bonuses, just as a general philosophy, like if you bought today, you're a PLF owner. That instantly makes you a PLF owner with all the rights and all the good vibes and all the care and love that my team can shower on you. So there's no possible way we would penalize you, and if we had extra bonuses later on, you wouldn't get them. So yes, we always take care of our PLF owners. You will get the best experience if you join today. It'd be ridiculous for us to do it any other way.
Okay, question, Jeff. This is from Susan. I have a day job and I can't quit it as of yet. Are your lives and coaching during the working hours, or will you have some stuff that we can do during the evening hours or weekends as well?
That is a fantastic question. Thanks for asking that, Susan. So the coaching calls are at 4 p.m. Eastern U.S. time. So we do it then because it sort of works. Well, it sort of works it works for a lot of the U.S. It sort of works for the U.K. and it sort of works for Australia. So it's sort of the time that works sort of the best for everyone. The calls are all recorded. So if you miss any calls, you can get the recordings of all the calls. We just do our best to serve you at the highest level. And the lives, actually, you know what? There's another bonus I've got to tell you about. But we'll just, on this training, that's generally the time we do stuff. It's 4 p.m. Eastern because it's just the time that works for the most people. But everything's recorded and you always get the recordings.
Okay, this question is from Dan in the video booth here. What's that extra bonus?
So the extra bonus is I am going to be doing 12 extra lives in the Facebook alumni group. Now, I'm not, these aren't going to be like scheduled ahead of time, like on a hardcore schedule. They might be at different times, but I'll just be popping into that alumni group and I'll be doing 12 extra live sessions to just let you know the latest that's happening in the PLF world, but also to answer your questions. And, it's just my way of giving you a little bit of extra support.
Sweet. Okay, Dorothy's asking, do you get lifetime access to PLF? Does it expire?
Dorothy, thank you for that question. I can't believe I forgot to talk about that. Oh my goodness. So this is the way it works. Is when you join PLF, you'll get access for a full year till next September. Then then there is a very small maintenance fee. It's actually $197. There's a maintenance fee to continually always get the newest version, to always get all the new coaching calls, the new year of coaching calls, to get the new $900 coupon off of PLF Live, to get any new bonuses, and you can get that it's a $197 maintenance fee. Now, there's some programs out there that in the past, or even still to this day, say you get lifetime membership. And some of my friends do that. And so I'm not saying they're dishonest, but when people tell you to get a lifetime, what does that actually mean? Whose lifetime are we talking about? Is it the lifetime of the provider? Is it the lifetime of the client? Is it the lifetime of the software? Because software breaks. I've been doing this for 15 years, and our software that we were using in 2008 doesn't work anymore. So in reality, there is no such thing as lifetime. But what we're giving you is the real thing. We're giving you a valid thing. All you just can keep on upgrading with that $197 maintenance fee and always get the latest version of PLF. You'll still, if you don't do the $197, you'll still get your old version for as long as that software works. So does that make sense? So you'll join, you get the new portal, you get this PLF 2021, you'll be in that portal. You can keep that PLF 2021 portal for as long as it works. And it's going to be years, but at some point it'll stop working. Or for $187, you can always get the latest, plus all the coaching calls, plus the $900 off of PLF Live, plus new bonuses. So I think it's the most honest way to do it. And again, my friends who do it differently, different opinions on how to do things. That's just the way I think we can take care of our PLF owners the best. Always take care of your PLF owners.
Awesome. You want to hear some people who already bought, or some people who are just in now?
We got people that already bought.
Dude, we had some people like you were starting to talk about it. We had people like, just shut up and send me the link already. Yes, so we've got, we've got Anetta is in, GB Arnold is in, Seuss is in, Dr. Sam is in, Olivia is in, and a whole bunch more. I'm going to get to another question. I'll get another list of some folks for you. How about Alicia? Alicia's asking, Alicia says, actually we have a lot of people asking this. She says, I have a business partner. If we sign up, can we take the course together?
Yes.
Oh, there we go. Awesome, solid. Okay, how about Fiona? Fiona, if you remember, this is the same Fiona who started a list on when we were doing the first broadcast. Fiona's saying she's constantly getting caught out by tech. She has a laptop and a phone and wants to get going. And she wants some support and advice on this as far as like the tech and like how does that tech stuff work and like the tech bonus. And does she have enough stuff to get going?
Yeah. Actually, Dan, I just want to circle back to, business partner. When I say, we always take care of our PLF owners. This doesn't mean you can you can ping someone else in the Facebook group and say, hey, you want to be my buddy and be partners and split the cost? No, that's totally uncool, and I'm just expecting you to be cool. My team is going to treat you really well, and we're going to be cool to you. So yeah, don't do something like that. But if you have a legitimate business partner, I'm here to get you launched. That's why I'm here. So we'll take care of you. Okay, Fiona, can you repeat that question?
Yeah, Fiona's saying the biggest thing holding her back is the tech stuff. She's got a laptop and a phone, wondering if she can get started and how if that tech start quick stack is going to show her anything else she needs to know.
Yeah, I mean, that's why we built it, because, Fiona, you're not the first person to ask this question. So my team and I sat down, and again, I talk about we a lot because I do have this sizable team. And in our closing ceremonies on Friday, I said I'm going to share many of them with you. And so they created that tech stack quick start for you, for this question, for this discomfort. And the reality is these days, I used to do all my tech stuff, but now I've got a team that does it, so they created it for you. And that's what it's designed to take away all your pain. Actually, oh my goodness, I just remembered another bonus. I can't believe I left it off.
The goodness keeps coming. What's the next bonus? Come on, don't hold out.
If you haven't joined us yet, this is ridiculous. So for our pivot launch in April, I talked about this yesterday. Normally we do one launch a year, but when the world was falling apart in March, I'm like, we got to do something. We got to help people out. So we did a masterclass. But the thing is normally we literally take a year prepping for this masterclass. But we only had a few days because the world was falling apart. And I'm like, we got to launch. We only have a few days. How are we going to do this? So we sat down and we thought of the easiest way to do it. And we did the launch entirely on Facebook. Now, some of you don't love Facebook, and for me, I don't actually love it either as a platform. I don't want to go down that road, but it's not I don't sit around on Facebook a lot. However, we leveraged the tools of Facebook, and we were able to build a launch out at almost this kind of scale on Facebook within a few days. And it was ridiculously effective. So we hosted our video on Facebook in a Facebook group. We put all the downloads on there. We answered our questions. Everything was on Facebook. And it was unbelievably successful. One of the best launches we've ever done. And so we created a bonus. And this one, I did this in conjunction with Molly Mahoney. And we created a bonus of how to do what do we even call that, Kristen? Do you remember? I don't remember what the term is. This bonus is so fresh and so brand new, I don't even, it's not on my paper, and I don't remember what the title is, but it's how to do a launch. We better call it like low-tech launches. It's a game changer. It's a total game changer, and you'll get that bonus as well. And I can't believe I forgot to tell you about it. I guess I'm just so excited about this that boom, there you go.
You want to hear some more brand new PLF owners?
Yeah.
Okay, we've got Olivia, we've got Embody Art, who says, I feel slightly sick, and I think that's because I know it changes a foot. We've got Melanie, we've got David, we've got Nicole, hello Laguna, Anita, Violetta, TT, hold on, have to scroll, Jay, hello Mojo.
Hello Mojo.
Hello Mojo, Nicole. Okay, I have to refresh. There's like 50 more ahead of here. Okay, I'll give you another question while I catch up on this. Okay, we have Francesca. Francesca's saying, do you have students outside of the US and the UK? My audience is in Latin America. Everything I do is in Spanish. Will a coaching session still fit for me?
Totally, absolutely. We have students in everywhere. So we have case studies. In fact, we have specifically a case study of Luis Carlos Flores and his wife Abby, who teach parents in Latin America how to be great parents, and is enormously successful business. Some of the best launches are happening in Latin America. Some of the absolute best launches are in Brazil, in Portuguese. Now I understand they're Portuguese. It's not, but still they're happening in Brazil. They're happening in Portugal. They're happening in France. They're happening in Japan. They're happening in I guess Australia's English, but everywhere. Totally. We've got the most, like when you come, okay, so PLF Live, I talked about PLF Live. Unbelievable 3-day event. And up until this year, it's always in person. And we have attendees, and remember the attendees are PLF owners. We will have attendees come from usually between 35 and 45 different countries. This works wherever you are, because this is based on the human psychology and those mental triggers that's present no matter where you are.
That is awesome. Man, it's just like, it's crazy. We're getting just so many people scrolling through, getting so excited about coming in. We've got Steph coming in. She's super excited to be learning about tech. Oh my gosh, so many people. How about this question? This is from Ale. Ale says, I don't even have a landing page. Am I ready for this? Or can I be ready for this?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, there are so many people that started from scratch. You know, you heard yesterday from Jonathan and Amanda. You heard from Jana. People that absolutely started from scratch. And starting from scratch means you don't have a list, you don't have a product, and you might not even have an idea. There's a case study with Eric Solbakken that we're going to share with you. And Eric, you know, he was stoked. He's got a lot of enthusiasm. He was all about this, but he had absolutely no idea what he was going to do. Zero. And it took him a couple months to figure out what his product was going to be. So after he figured out what the product, then he built the landing page, then he started building the list, then he did the offer or did the launch. So yeah, the program is designed to meet you where you are. And we've had a lot of people come in that were absolute ground zero from scratch and have had success.
Okay, we got one from Dr. Hernandez. Dr. Hernandez is saying, do people in the PLF community end up doing work together? Like maybe a sub-community?
Well, certainly some of them. Yeah, absolutely. There's been a lot of businesses that have been built out of PLF. Frankly, there are marriages that have been built out of PLF. And Heidi and Farouk, I'm thinking of you guys, and I know I'm waiting for that baby. I'm going to consider that my godson or goddaughter. But in any case, some do. You don't have to. But there's all kinds of businesses because you get people in there that are speaking the common language, that have this common source of knowledge, that have these common skills, this common experience, and some of them absolutely work together, either creating business together or as joint venture partners or as content partners.
Okay, here's Carla. Carla's saying, I also have a daytime job. How demanding is PLF on time? Eventually, when the business starts making money, I can leave it. But in the meantime, I don't have much availability. It's a catch-22. Yeah,
I totally get your pain because, when I started this, I was a stay-at-home dad, and I had 2 babies. And for those of you who are primary caregivers for young children, you know that's a full-time job. And so I was doing it at night. And, so you give up Facebook, you give up TV, and you make it happen. And I'm not diminishing at all the effort here. And I'm not saying you're wasting your time on Facebook. But I'm just saying the program is designed to meet you where you're at. You can work through this program. That's why it's a video program. You can work through it at your own pace. If you're working a full-time job and you're just working on this at night, it's probably going to take you a little bit longer. And that decision then of, okay, now this is working, when do I quit? That's always an interesting question as well. But it's designed to meet you where you're at. And I am very sensitive to this because that was my life from 1996 until Mary was able to come home and be with the family, retired in 1999. For 3 years, I was full-time Mr. Mom, full-time primary caregiver, full-time taking care of a couple babies, and then just at night trying to figure this out. And it worked.
Awesome. Okay, this one might be kind of a fun one. This one's from Kate. It's kind of longer, so I'm going to paraphrase just a little bit. Kate says, question, I'm totally sold. There's no issue there. I know I need this, and the value is fantastic. But my book launches with Hay House on the 20th of October. Brand new author. I'm starting with 0 lists. My publishers know that, and they're kindly helping me promote. But she says she knows PLF will help her and is wondering, is this the right time with a book coming out in next month, basically?
Yeah. Absolutely. So first of all, Hay House, Reed Tracy, who's the CEO of Hay House, is a personal friend of mine, And he's a PLF owner, and he's part of the community. And once he became a PLF owner, became part of this community, it just completely changed how Hay House operates. So this is the perfect time. It's frankly October 20th. It's tight. You're going to be busy. You're going to be locked in, but you're also going to start to build an audience. Maybe you already are, but it's going to build much bigger once that book comes out. But there's got to be something after the book. You can't. No one makes a living off of a book. They start to build a following. They help people. They get the word out there, get their name out there. But then to take it to the next level, you need to be able to take your readers and take them into a course or a membership site. So this is would have been better 2 months ago, but it wasn't available 2 months ago. It's available this week. Now's the time.
Okay, awesome. Okay, how about this one? We've got Bonnie. Bonnie is a owner of PLF 2008 and is wondering how could she get back into the yearly access?
Bonnie, it's an awesome day to be you, because what's rule number one? Go ahead and type it in, folks. What's rule number one? Dan, what's rule number one?
Always take care of our owners.
Always take care of our owners. So yes, $197 to upgrade, even though it's been 12 years, no problem. $197, boom, you're in. So what has happened early this morning, that those of you who are not alumni, not in our world, know about, is we sent out an email. We sent out an email to everyone who joined us with the Pivot Edition in April. And if you joined in April, you get an automatic free upgrade. So go check your email, and it'll just tell you, you don't even have to do anything. Nothing to be done, automatic free upgrade if you joined with Silverton in April. If you joined last September or any time before that, then it's just $197, and we sent you an email. Now, this was Bonnie, I think it was, that asked the question? Or
yes, Bonnie.
So Bonnie, for you, maybe you didn't upgrade, or you haven't kept us up to date with your email address. Maybe you didn't get that email. So just send an email to us at Support at Product Launch Formula, and they'll get you hooked up with the upgrade. We always take care of our PLF owners.
Awesome. Okay, so here's one, and it's a little bit different. It's not strictly about what's inside PLF, but I think it's a good one. This is Rachel. Rachel's commented a bunch here that she really wants to sign up. She's in makeup sales, direct sales, and wants to know if PLF is going to work for her if she signs up.
Direct sales, I don't know a lot about, but PLF is not designed for direct sales. Could you take it and adapt it? Yes, you could. Or actually, maybe you could. I don't know. It's just not my field, and it's not what, sorry to disappoint you, but it's not what PLF is built for. Could you take it and adapt it? Possibly. You could jump in, take a look for 2 weeks and see if it's a fit, but I don't want you to. I'm not here to sell something that I don't know works, and I don't know if it works for direct sales. I'm pretty sure it doesn't work for multi-level. So that's just not a world that I play in. I know there's a lot of people having great success with direct sales. It's just not my world. So possibly might, but I don't know.
Okay, we have Creative Arts. They're saying, do we need to invest a lot in paid advertising to get qualified leads for the PLF?
You can, but you don't need to. So I've talked about that a little bit in lesson 2 about how you drive people into your launch. How do you drive people into your list? One path is paid. One of the great things about the Sideways Sales Letter and Product Launch Formula is you tend to get such great conversions. The way to think about paid traffic is that, and I don't want to be the Pied Piper for leading everyone into paid, because a lot of people can do this with social, with forums, with content, with your current list. But once you get it going, then you can, if you could spend $1 and make $2 back, how often would you do that? Or how much would you want to do that? Well, you would want to, I think about it like you're walking into Walmart, and outside Walmart they got those machines, and if you could put a quarter in and get 2 quarters back, how many times would you do that? Well, you'd be driving to the bank to get bags of quarters to put in there. So that's what paid traffic can be. And with PLF, I mean, we do paid traffic, and the ROI is through the roof because the sideways sales letter is so effective. So it is something that a lot of PLF owners end up doing at some point, but most people don't start off with paid traffic.
Okay, so here's one, and I know you hit a little bit earlier, but we're still getting a couple questions on it. So Angela is saying, do we get to keep all the training materials we're purchasing, or is there only a limited time that we get to access that?
Yeah, well, you get the access guaranteed for a year. Then you're going to get access to that version that you bought going forwards for some, probably years. It'll be till the software stops working. It'll probably be years. And Kristen, correct me if I'm wrong, but they can download stuff, right? Yeah, so you can download all the materials as well if you want to store it on your computer. You can keep it forever.
Okay, so I'm like out of breath from all these. Okay, we got a lot of questions, maybe a couple more, and because I know what you got coming up next is really cool.
We're not done with the masterclass, folks.
And we're not done with questions either. Keep putting in questions. I'll keep storing them to ask him, but we've got something cool coming up here next. Okay, so how about this one? Oh, I just lost it. Okay, this one's kind of interesting because we've actually just did a case study that works with this, I think. Jill's saying, have you had any success stories for a student who is into metaphysics, feng shui, destiny forecasting, as energy works?
We have, when you come to PLF Live, I'd say 40% of the audience is in that line. So we have a case study with a shaman. We have a case study with someone who teaches meditation. We got several in meditation, actually. It's what we call the soft markets, and so many PLF owners have had so much success, and we've got plenty of case studies. And like I said, you come out to PLF Live, when we get past this pandemic and you come out to PLF Live, 40% of the market's going to be there in your, right somewhere. And I know it's a big market, it's a broad market, but right in there with you.
Okay, how about let's do one more for the moment, and then we'll move on. Saying, after Zahid, I think Zahid, said, well, after the PLF investment, what is the range of investment that's needed in tech stuff and in tech gear to get started?
This really depends where you are in your business, and it can be a broad range. But like Dan said, the other day he has a course on how to do, make amazing videos, effective videos for your marketing. And he just launched this past summer. And I think he said he did it for about $100 total investment for the year. So he got a free email service provider, and it was the biggest expense was getting a Zoom account because I did coaching over Zoom. So I needed to go longer than 40 minutes. If I wasn't doing 40-minute plus Zooms, I wouldn't have even needed that. Yeah, so that's the low end. I mean, you could spend lots more. In my business, we're spending thousands of dollars. But it's big and fancy now. And at the start, it wasn't that way. So, yeah, I mean, it really depends where you're at, but it can be a very low amount of money, very, very low investment. Okay, I know I said that was the last one, but one more. Mira, I think. Mira has a portrait studio that does high-end portraits, focuses on giving families an unforgettable, meaningful, high-touch experience. Sounds like they have a big process ahead of time, find out what they want to display in their homes, and then basically make their dreams come true. Do you think PLF would work this kind of business model because it's so custom-focused? Yeah, I think that PLF is a perfect fit for this because since it's a high-end experience, you need the space and the runway to be able to show what that experience is. This isn't something you're going to sell off a 30-second commercial on Instagram. Or a 30-second ad on Instagram or on Facebook. This is something where because the people that you want to attract are going to be the people that really lean into this experience. So that sideways sales letter is a perfect fit. Now, the constraint you're going to run into is it will probably be so effective that you're going to end up selling out. And you're going to be limited by the demand will start to exceed the supply. So you got that, so maybe down the road, you did hear Blaine talk about, I went from selling seafood and steaks, and he still does that, and that's their primary business. But as he got into it, he's like, wow, there's an opportunity for a training here. So maybe you end up having, you put together a training program that teaches other photographers how to have this, other portrait photographers how to have a really high-end develop, or how to move into this high-end market instead of staying at the lower end. So, I mean, it will work for your current business. You might end up selling out and having too much demand. And you might also end up coming into my world that will reveal a digital product that will give you more leverage, if you want. Okay, so that was long. I've gone through 2 glasses of water. My team was scurrying to get me water. That was a lot, but we're actually just getting started here. And because I have a really cool case study that I know a lot of you have been looking forward to this one. So let's roll Kathy Hay. I'm here with Kathy Hay, who's just got a very interesting niche. So Kathy, welcome. Thanks for joining us. And could you just tell us a little bit about your business?
I have a very unusual online business. I have a membership. I don't have a whole suite of products. I just have one membership. And it has been around 12 years now. And it is about how to make corsets and historical costumes, which is a bit unusual.
Yeah, so, and just to clarify, because I've heard you say this before, we're not talking courses, not like digital courses,
Yes.
Online courses. We're
Yes,
talking
often when I say to people what I do, they're like, oh, you create courses. No, corsets, like that.
Yes, and very beautiful, elaborate, just their works of art.
Like Victorian clothing, yeah. Clothing how it was 100, 200, 300 years ago.
Very cool.
We go and back through the archives and figure out how it was done.
And so, and you do that. I mean, you're an artist. I've seen some of your work. You're just an absolute artist. And but what your membership site is about teaching people how to do this and showing them how to do it.
That's right. Yes. So I have a ton of different writers working for the membership, and I have 3 coaches as well who give people feedback in our community. So they get individual feedback on their projects. And it's 1 article a week, 1 live call a month. And we have so far, at the moment, we have about a 96% retention rate from month to month.
Wow. Congratulations. That's amazing.
It dips to 93 in January, because people are cutting back, but,
I love it. So there's got to be people that are watching this right now that are like, okay, like that, it seems like a very small market. I mean, how can you actually have a business and make a living teaching people how to sew super elaborate corsets?
Yeah. Well, that's what I always thought. I started out back at the beginning in 2007. I thought, well, it'd probably work to open a business about just sewing in general. That's a hobby. There are magazines about that. There are communities for that. That would work. But, I didn't have to make money right now. So I thought, well, I really want to have the Hogwarts of sewing and do Victorian sewing. And I could just play around for a couple of months and then I'll start it properly and do the sewing thing. But I just want to play for a couple of months, even if nobody joins. And here we are 12 years later. It worked so well because it was so specialized, because the people who are interested in what I do are blown away that there's a membership for this. Wow, I can learn how to do this. And also it works because historical costume is something that you only do if you're really passionate about it and if you're really ambitious. So really it's the most ambitious, passionate seamstresses and dressmakers who want to do this. So it's easy to find them by saying, oh yeah, learn to make a corset.
So I just want, it was such an important lesson that you just spoke there, Kathy.
Yeah.
That there is huge power in niching down and getting very, very specific.
Yes. That's the way you can differentiate yourself. There are lots of resources for sewing in general, but the idea that there's something out there specifically for you if you're going to that Victorian ball, and there are Victorian balls, if you're dressing up in historical costume, there's something out there just for you. And it's it's particularly an area where there's not as much information out there. So whereas you can find sewing books in every bookstore, to find something about doing this specifically is much more difficult. So if there's a place online where people can go and get everything they need in that niche, then, oh wow, there's something about this. This is made for me. I have to join. I mean, when I first opened it, when I first launched in 2007, I had people saying, I can sign up twice if you want, because I just want to make sure that this keeps going. You know, just let me know, because this is just so awesome and it needs to be shared and supported because it's so perfect for us in our tiny little niche.
That's fantastic. So for everyone watching at home, we're going to get to some of the specifics and some of the numbers, because people might be watching this like, oh, okay, that's a nice little hobby you've got going, but it's a real business. You've got people working for you. It's like for real.
That's right.
And so
there are 7 of us.
Yes, 7 of you. And so we're going to get to that in a minute, but could you just talk about it's because we've now known each other for, at least 3 or 4 years.
4 years.
Yes, you've had a journey now with Product Launch Formula. Can you talk a little bit about that? And, just full disclaimer, you had this membership site going before PLF, and now and then you got involved in PLF, and things have changed.
Yeah.
So could you just talk about the evolution and some of the things you've learned and seen and done?
Yes. Well, when I first opened it, way back when, 12 years ago, I kind of dabbled in this world of what they called internet marketing at the time. And I tried to have a convincing sales page and all of that. And my friends just started saying to me, oh, honey, just stop. You're just embarrassing yourself. It's just, you're putting people off, really. Just let it spread gradually by word of mouth. Let people find you and it will be fine. So I just carried on just letting it grow very gradually. And it grew over those years like this, 7 years. It very, very gradually grew. And it got to the point where, I was fine. I was living with a partner who was making most of the family income. So it didn't matter as much. It was just pocket money. And then it came to the point where that relationship ended and I needed to move out and support myself. So I needed a little bit of help. So that's when I went back and found you. So since then I first of all started doing I found within the PLF course, the quick launch, which is a very, very small, just very quick, just 4 emails. It's fine. It's quick. It's easy. You don't have to actually talk to a camera. So I would do that. And I started the first 3 years or so. I just did little launches and would have little results. Nicer results than before, but just little results. And then just about a year ago, I finally bit the bullet and really did it and did a live launch. Still didn't talk to the camera and sell anything. I just put my coaches in front of the camera and just let them talk. So it was just, my 3 PLCs were just wall-to-wall content, and people loved it and people signed up. And then this March, I then edited the recordings of those live workshops and added in all of the mental triggers and the opportunity and all the transformation and all the rest of it. And in the last year, the business has doubled because of that. So finally, we're on that sharp upward trajectory rather than the sort of very incremental word of mouth growth.
Wow.
And nobody seems to be embarrassed anymore. Nobody seems to be put off by what I'm doing at all. They seem to be, I'm encouraging people into the world because I'm making them realize what's possible for them. And just, as you always say, it's sharing. Selling is sharing your enthusiasm. And that's what I'm doing.
Congratulations.
And it's working.
That's awesome. So, and so you're in the UK. And,
I am.
And I think you've pointed out to me a few times when we've been together, and even before we started recording, there's a reputation of people in the UK are just a little bit more reserved. They're not like as loud Americans like me.
Yes.
Right? So, and
yes. This sort of thing is often described in the UK as very American. So yes. So yeah, you have to come out of yourself.
You embrace your inner American maybe.
Yes.
So to speak.
Yes, a little bit.
What was
But
the,
yes, I mean, you're enthusiastic too, so, you know, you can do that. We can do that too.
What was that like stepping up, going from doing these little launches, and they were working for you? I mean, they were doing
Yeah,
good.
yeah.
But
On
then,
a small scale, yeah, it was working.
But then you just stepped up
But
in
you
a
have to
big
learn
way.
to ask for more. Yeah, you have
Well-
to step up and do a bit more and a bit more.
What was that like, and what did you have to overcome to get there?
To get to the point of being able to talk to camera and stuff. Yeah, it was, well, I had to get over my own reserve. I had to get over that memory of people saying, oh, stop it, really, just stop it. You're embarrassing yourself and you're putting people off. That had become a whole big limiting belief. So I had to come towards your world, surround myself with people in your community, and get a sense of how, and so that the reality of sharing my enthusiasm and taking that approach to it became more real than the limiting belief talking at me back here. So, you know, it's like they say, you surround yourself with the right peer group and you become the 5 people you spend the most time with. So I started hanging out with you guys, and that, you know, that helped bring out my inner American.
That's great. So can you talk about, because you've made a big impact on the people that you help. Can you just talk about what that's like? What does that feel like to help those people and to see them flourish?
Well, it's extraordinary to see people's sewing projects get better and better, and see their fulfillment, satisfaction at being able to realize their ideas, because they've had this frustration for so long that their hands can't do what their mind is imagining. They've got this grand idea in the mind, but they can't make it happen because they haven't got the skills. So to see them start to make those ideas real is extraordinary and satisfying, and it makes you humble and grateful. And further than that, it has then grown into this whole other world where now that I've got the launches working better, I've been able to concentrate more on the free content. So I started a YouTube channel doing similar weekly videos to yours, in which we look at mindset and what might be holding you back. And that's grown in an extraordinary way over the last 3 or 4 months. That's gone from under 1,000 subscribers to 10,000, and that's been. I intended that just to be just some little fluffy videos that would help people get to know me, so they'd know me and trust me when I started to launch to them. But this has had so much more impact. It's had talking about these things is something that my crowd have not really talked about aloud before. They'll talk about their sewing, but they won't talk about the anxiety they might be feeling, or how they feel like they don't fit in the world. Because people who want to make this stuff, we're a pretty weird bunch. So we don't feel like we fit, you feel like an alien from the planet 1900, and like, really, this is how we really dress. So it's been incredible to watch the response to those videos and the engagement with them. People are really finding something that helps them in their daily life and helps them improve their mental health. And it's extraordinary. I thought it would just be this little side thing, and it's become even bigger. So I can see that there may be something even bigger beyond running a sewing membership. There may be something much bigger that I'm here to do now. And that's the extraordinary gift of being on this journey that you don't realize when you get into it. You get into it to maybe start a business, or maybe fix a business you have that isn't working that well, and you make the money, but then there's a whole other journey that starts when that happens. And the journey you don't even see yet is, I'm not sure I can even describe how that feels. It's profoundly humbling, and to realize that you may be meant for more than you ever bargained for, and you may be able to make a bigger impact in the world than you ever thought was possible.
That's great. So can we just dive into your launch a little bit? Because the numbers are they're really cool.
Yeah.
And I mean, you've got this
That's how you
team.
measure it.
So, tell me a little bit about the launch and what how it all worked out.
So this time last year, when we were just doing the little baby launches, we had 667 members. We had sales of about $10,000 a month. I mean, it's hard to, with a membership, it's hard to measure by the size of the launch itself, because you get a certain number of members in, and who knows how long they'll stay. So I can do marketing math by the average time they stay, but it's simpler to talk about the monthly sales in my business. So a year ago, it was hovering around $10,000 a month, and now it's over 20,000. So we've doubled those numbers in the last year. Wow. So, you know, we started out doing launches that might bring 60 or 70 new members in. And then we did the biggest one we've done in March was 179 members. So it's just on that trajectory. And it was very, very nearly doing that marketer math with the average number of months a member stays. That worked out as this close to a 6-figure launch, this close, next time.
Congratulations. That's absolutely amazing. Fantastic. And because you basically doubled your business. You went from $120,000 a year to $240,000 a year, $250,000 a year. And of course, I'm thinking in dollars. I don't know if you price in dollars or pounds.
No, that is dollars. Yeah.
Cool.
We do work in dollars.
And cool. And so and so you're planning your next launch to be even bigger and better. And now with the bigger reach on YouTube, it's for you're going to drive.
Who knows?
You'll drive people from your YouTube channel to email.
Yes.
Launch to them, and it's going to be that much.
It's like with each successive launch, you look at what was the biggest bottleneck, or what was the biggest weakness, and can we plug that hole and make that part better, rather than trying to do everything perfect out of the gate. I've learned to just tweak one little thing at a time and make it gradually better and better. So that should make a big impact on the next one.
Yeah. Well, Kathy, it's been great to watch your journey, and congratulations. I'm willing to like round up and call that a 6-figure launch. But if you want to hold, if you want to hold back and say I missed it, so that gives me more fire for the next one, because I think with your bigger reach, I think it's going to be a lot bigger.
I think we're going to send them over. Yes.
So, Kathy, thanks for joining us. Super appreciate it.
You're very welcome.
Congratulations.
Thank you for the opportunity.
Yeah. Don't you just love Kathy? She's awesome. It works because it's specialized. I mean, it's corsets. I mean, 6-figure launch. Hello. She's selling a membership. I love that. People said, don't embarrass yourself. Just don't embarrass yourself. $100,000 launch. Hello. The Weird Bunch. And this resonates with me so much because it took me so long. I was 35 years old before I started anything. And pretty much everyone thought I was a failure. What's Jeff doing down in the basement on that computer? You know, why doesn't he get a job? Why is he just having his wife support the family? Well, I guess I was one of the weird ones. I couldn't make it in the corporate world. I didn't fit in the corporate world. I left it about a week before they would have fired me, and that's why I was a stay-at-home dad. And people, I think they underestimated me. And even now, you know, I'm not slick. I don't dress up in a suit. I live out in Colorado. I feel like I'm one of the weird ones, you know. And for those of you who've seen that Marvel movie, Guardians of the Galaxy, that's my favorite because it's this weird bunch that when they work together, they save the galaxy. And that's where I think my world is we got a weird bunch here in the PLF alumni world, but don't underestimate us. So do you think Kathy's got something bigger inside her? I know she does. And actually, Kathy, I know you're in the comments. Is it just leave a comment if it's okay for me to share your because this was about a year ago when she did this launch that did $100,000 in the how to make this period clothing in case you're going to a Victoria ball. That was her market. Okay, so then she did $100,000, but this year she did a launch that did a little bit better than $100,000. So Kathy, if it's okay for me to share your results, just say yes in the comments and let me know if that's okay. So, and I'll wait on that. Okay, so there's a little bit of a delay for the comments.
We got like a 15-second delay or so, so it'll just take just a moment.
So let me know if that's okay. But I mean, a truly remarkable story. And we're about to go into a segment called, what's that segment called?
Oh, this is one of my favorite segments. This is called Will This Work in My Market?
Okay.
And also Kathy says, absolutely, please share.
Okay, so Kathy, she was this close to $100,000. And Kathy, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but it went from there, this year, I'm pretty sure it grew by 5 times, and it was a $500,000 launch, teaching people how to sew corsets. Boom. There you go. So, and again, she's selling a membership, so it wasn't a $500,000 today, but she knows how long people stay in her membership, so projecting out the math, $500,000. Ridiculous, absolutely ridiculous. So, up to now, you have heard from how to sew super high-end period clothing, Kate with the Sober School, Lorraine with skincare, Elliot with psychotherapy, Annie with service pattern design, Michael with touring musicians, Dylan with Amazon sellers, Jenna with children's graphic novels. If you've been with us the whole time, you've heard from all these folks. Amanda and Jonathan, personal finance, Blaine with beef and seafood, and Tembi with getting VAs, teaching women in Africa to be virtual assistants. Boom, there you go. And remember there was that one like, will it launch in or will it work in my country? I'm not in the US or UK. Well, Tembi did it in Zimbabwe. Okay, now let's get into the will it launch or will it work in my market?
Yes. Okay, first of all, Kathy said yes, absolutely correct. 551,000 to be exact.
551,000. Kathy, well done. Impressive. Unbelievable.
Okay, so now for another edition of Will This Work in My Market? All right, Jeff, will this work with a property technology startup?
I don't know. I don't actually know what that is. Property technology startup. So generally, I don't consider like funded startups as my world. That being said, if you follow the psychology of the sideways sales ladder, it's an incredible way to move people to action. So I don't know who you're actually trying to reach. This isn't a really super awesome start to will it work in my market, but it's okay, Dan. Dan's like feeling sad. He's feeling sad. But yeah, I don't actually know what that means, so I'm not sure.
Okay. How about online?
Hey, but we have that case study we just did with Ronnie Max.
Yeah,
and
we sure do.
Yeah, so she teaches, or not teaches, she sells technology like point of sale stuff for retail businesses. So that, it's basically a technology that could be the same type of thing. So you can check that case study out. We'll be releasing that in the next day or two. I think tomorrow, yeah.
Okay, how about this one? Online language courses. Specifically, will PLF help us identify our correct avatar?
Totally. This is one of the hottest markets. There's multi-million-dollar launch for this in Japan, and in Brazil, there was a language learning launch that I think is one of the absolute biggest launches ever.
Okay, how about abstract digital artists, training others how to create this sort of art as well as selling my art?
Absolutely. We have all kinds of case studies of people that we have several people selling their art, but specifically training art. Nick Wilton, he's doing like $1 million launches teaching people how to paint. So this is directly analogous.
How about a product in the $5,000 to $7,500 range B2B?
Yes, it will work for that. We've got case studies, again, in B2B, and that actually the sale was much, much higher than that as well. So totally.
Okay, how about a dental office selling orthodontic treatments?
This is the same answer as the person selling high-end portraiture. So if you're at the high end in your market, the sale is inherently more of a relationship type sale. You need more runway to really let people so they understand the investment they're stepping into. So this is absolutely.
How about a Patreon membership?
I don't have any case studies, and I don't specifically know of people that have used it for Patreon. Most Patreon purchases are like this. It essentially sells like a membership, a low price membership. With John Gallagher, I talked about him earlier. He's got thousands of people paying him $10 or $12 a month for his membership. It's not a Patreon, it's a membership. So I would think it would. I don't specifically have examples of people that have done it with Patreon, but if you look at the way the Sideways Sales Letter is put together, it's the way it takes people through the path and the mental triggers and builds the value and shows the transformation. At the end of the day, like, how's it going to change someone's life? Like, I have a few sailing channels. I'm sort of addicted to a few sailing channels of people sailing around the world. And I think, again, I don't have specific examples. You'd have to adapt it a little bit, but it should work.
How about an affiliate gambling site?
Okay, so for the deal with affiliate stuff, not necessarily, this is for all affiliate stuff. If you want to sell affiliate stuff, then the problem is you're one of a gazillion affiliates selling that same thing. Nothing differentiates you. So if you actually do a launch that leads into, send them to an affiliate site, and put together some bonuses that are available for a limited time, all of a sudden you're doing a launch for an affiliate product. And it's a great way to do it, and I've been doing that type of thing myself for years, not with gambling sites, but making affiliate offers. So it works really, really well. And that's another type of launch that I haven't even talked about that is taught in PLF. The thing is, you're eventually probably going to want your own product as well, because that gives you more control.
Just going to jump in here to say, Deborah Smith says, I might be your first Patreon case study.
No way, that's awesome. Welcome. And that's, something I just want to say is, I don't know, we've had already, well over 100 people have already stepped in to Product Launch Formula. And I don't know, you can get me an updated number. Well over 100 of you have already stepped in. And I just want to honor the investment you made, the investment in yourself. And I know it's a big step forward. And I truly want to honor that. And I like to say, and I didn't invent this, I forget where I heard it, the change, the movement happens when you press that button. When you register, you're in a different world. The world will, from now on, will start right now, it's going to look different, feel different, be different. And I want to honor that. And I want to honor, for some people, this is like you're just jumping through the roof. You are so pumped. And for some people, it's like a gut check. It's even after you've bought, it's like, oh my gosh, look at what I just did. And I want to honor that you threw your head over the fence. And I do not take that lightly. No one on my team takes that lightly. And we're here to get you launched. So thank you. Thank you for your trust in me. Thank you for the trust that you've shown in my team. And welcome to the PLF family.
Awesome. Okay, maybe just a couple more, because otherwise we could do this probably till tomorrow.
Okay.
Okay. How about selling on Amazon FBA?
This is one where yes, absolutely. We had Dylan Frost, who is teaching people how to be Amazon sellers, but he also uses PLF in his Amazon business. So again, this is a way to differentiate. yourself from others, because a lot of times if you're FBA, there might be a lot of other similar products. And so what you'll end up starting to build an email list, and then you'll start to do promotions for those products, and those promotions are really launches. And you'll build a special offer, push people into that special offer, and make the sale. So it's absolutely yes.
Okay, just a couple more. I'm going to answer this one, so Jeff can take a break and just instead of take a sip of water. KE's asking, will there be information about how to use it for artists? If you stay tuned, we have a case study coming up in a little while that talks about exactly that. So yes, works. Stay tuned as for more info how. Okay, how about this one? I do physical empowerment workshops for women, and I don't know how to translate that to a digital space. Does that work for PLF? Or does PLF work for that?
Yes, absolutely. I mean, I've got lots of people in that space right now. And if you just expand it out to like self-empowerment for women, fantastic. Love that you're doing that. But if it's just like on a broad sense, really what we're talking about is a personal development program. A live personal development program is what you've done. You've niched down, which is great, but it's a live personal development program. And really what you're doing is talking about taking that and turning it into a virtual program. It could be live virtual, or it could be in a course. And absolutely. In fact, right now, with the pandemic, with the COVID, everything, all events. I mean, if you saw what Tony Robbins did recently with his UPW, he put in way more people than he's ever put in the past. And, and oh, by the way, Tony follows PLF. Remember when I said that everyone does? Yeah, that's what he's doing. So, absolutely.
Okay, and folks, that has been this edition of Will This Work in My Market? What do we have coming up next?
Dan, that's a good question, and I forget. What do we have coming up?
Well, I think we have a really cool case study.
I remember. This is a good one. I love this one. I am so excited to share with you. And some of these case studies are from a year ago. Some of them are brand new. This one's brand spanking new. And this is with Amy, who is a physical product, and she sells yarn, and get ready to be amazed. I'm here with Amy Small, and Amy has just a remarkable story about her journey selling yarn. So Amy, welcome, and can you just tell people a little bit about your business and you?
Yeah. Hi, Jeb. It's so awesome to be here with you. I design yarn and knitting patterns. So it's a little bit out there. It's not your average go to Michael's or Walmart yarn. It's hand spun, and it has sometimes things spun into it, different textures, different colors, things like that. So it's pretty out there. And what I launch, I'm not sure if you're interested in that yet, but what I do is I host these knit-alongs. So this is where we knit the same thing at the same time in community. So I teach, they get a physical kit, and then there's this big community element.
So it's been a few years now since you came into the PLF world, and I think it was 2016, and you did your first launch. Could you talk about like that first launch and what the result was and what it meant to you?
Yeah, so my whole life in business, which I started in 2010, was hope marketing. So you described that a lot. Like that was me to a T. And then I thought, okay, I'm gonna give this a go. I'll just do what Jeff says, not question it. I'm just gonna follow this formula. And our first day, teeny list, we did $12,000 in one day. And that, it's hard to put into words how much that changed everything for me, because previously I'd been selling wholesale to mom and pop yarn shops. And this meant I got to sell direct and have a conversation with customers myself. So really have my business in a more authentic way where I communicated exactly what I wanted to communicate and design exactly the things I wanted to design with our customers directly. So it was really cool.
And that was just the start. I like to say the first launch is never the last launch. So what's happened since then?
So slowly things started to get better. I have watched all the PLF videos, sometimes more than once. I like to brush up and like do the whole course before every launch, just especially the PLC videos, because it really helps me with my messaging. So slowly, we have been growing. And to give you an idea of how the last launch was, which was just bananas, it was $100,000 within 1 hour of open cart, and over $300,000 in sales all in. So we had 1,500 participants around there, and that first launch, I think it was 70. So pretty insane. So, yeah.
Congratulations, absolutely amazing. And I know there's people sitting at home saying, how is that possible? How can you, first of all, how can you have that kind of a growth from 12,000 is an amazing launch, but then to do 100,000 an hour, and how does it grow like that? And then you're selling yarn. That's not what people think of when they think about $100,000 hours.
It's so funny. I think there's two elements to it. But one element is I just truly did what you suggested, and I followed the formula, and I was inspired by a lot of the things that you talked about in product launch formula, like how to add the shot across the bow, which is our survey where people decide on what to knit. And it's like I put out a design survey. They decide what they get to knit. And it's this great way of getting people excited like 2 months before we launch, and really invested in, share this survey because I want to knit this, and get your friends to vote and everything. So I took my spin on what you suggested and put out in the course, but also did it in my own way. And I think I listened to everything you said. I have a long way to go with that. I still feel like there's all these other things I can do. At the same time, especially when I watched how you suggest scripting the pre-launch content videos and watching other people within the community's pre-launch videos, that helped me make my product better, actually. By focusing on the transformation, it forced me to focus on how I could create a product that delivered awesome success for my customers. So it actually made me improve my product so much more than I would have without this formula, if that makes any sense. It forced me to think about concrete ways I can make this experience better for my customers.
So Amy, you use that word transformation, and that's a key part of the pre-launch content, about the whole formula. And a lot of times people are like, boy, I don't know, my product doesn't transform people's lives, or I don't get how, and some people might be watching, it's like, well, how does yarn create a transformation in someone's life? And so can you talk about that a little bit? How do you think about transformation?
I get that. I totally get that. And I, for sure, the first time I watched these videos was like, how am I gonna translate this? And the truth is, knitting has changed my life for the better in so many ways. And the biggest one I talk about, there's so many, but the biggest one I talk about is that it has got me more in touch with my true creative self. So I feel more like myself. I'm less trying to fit into this world around me where conformity is applauded. I feel more like myself because when I knit, I'm sort of knitting and get into this flow state, and I knit what's inside me and it comes out, and then I wear it and I love it. So that's a big thing I talk about, but there are so many more benefits to knitting that make us better. So in Corona times, taking time for yourself, that self-care element, knitting has a fantastic meditative quality to it. A lot of people leaned into it for that reason. And when in our knit along, when we bring community and we do a lot of help for people, so we try to take out the parts of knitting that can be the hardest, which is when you make a mistake or you don't know what to do next. We try and make it as easy as possible for people to succeed. And then those benefits are really amplified. So it's a great time, this pandemic we're going through it, to lean into that self-care element. And that's what we really honed in on in the messaging.
Amy, a lot of times people, they think, there's a couple schools of thought, or not schools of thought, but when they come into this, they first hear about about PLF. They first hear about launching. They first hear about me. They're like, they might be, well, I'm just going to make a great product. And if it's a great product, you don't need marketing. That's one thing. Or people will say, I don't like marketing because I'm not like a slick salesperson, and I just don't want to do that marketing stuff. It's slimy, it's hypey, and you don't seem terribly like a super slick salesperson.
The beauty of this program is there's nothing slimy about it, because it's all about this transformation and these results and the success of your customer. So I really focus on the success of my customer and telling the stories of our customers that are successful. So it's almost like it does the work for me, and it never feels too much or it never feels salesy. And yeah, I completely thought that. I was like, I hate selling, I hate marketing. And then this happened, and now I look forward to, I write my emails on Tuesday to my list, and that's a happy time for me. It's not like through gritted teeth. It's a happy time where I really feel like I get to be my most authentic self. So it's my favorite day. So I hated it too. I hated it. And I think what I love most about the program in PLF is that it showed me a way to do, sort of what I was doing before, but get paid for it. Like actually have a viable business and get to create this life, that I didn't even know was possible before.
So that in 2016, your first launch, $12,000 in a day, absolutely, life-changing. And I get that. You've heard about my first launch, $1,650, life-changing for me. And now you shared with me, and I'd love if you shared with everyone what you're looking at for this year for your business. And yeah, actually, why don't you just talk about that, about where you're at now?
Yeah. So to give you an idea, the business, we're on track to double from 2 years ago, and we're almost, I think, safe to say we're going to hit 7 figures this year, which it just is mind-blowing to me. But when I was doing it my way, which is 2010 to 2016, it was this growth that was like slow. And just in the past 2 years, it's really gone bananas as I've doubled down and tried to finesse my launches and deliver more results to our customers. That's when it really started to go insane.
What does it feel like because I'm sure your students have to be sharing the photos of their sweat, of their work, and what is that?
I have a story for you. So last Saturday, we do a celebration video for our Knit-A-Lawn people where they submit videos, like short videos and photos of them in their sweaters, or this time it was a pillow too. And some of these women, the poses are like they strike this pose that's just like, I am powerful, I am confident. Because one of the other awesome benefits about knitting is that it's really confidence building. Once you figure out something hard like that, you're like, oh my God, I'm on top of the world. So anyway, we did a video, and we did it as a live YouTube premiere. I don't know if you've heard of that, but anyway, we did it as a live YouTube premiere. So we're all counting down for it to start together, and then the comments are going crazy, like, oh, I see Arlene, she knit 9 things. She really did. And it was so much fun. And then we did a Zoom afterwards just to kind of say, like, thank you so much, you guys are awesome. This one woman was crying, like the whole world can take a lesson from how you are building community and what you are building here. And it was, I'm so glad I recorded it, because it was just the most incredible thing. And so when people say, oh, it's just knitting, it's just yarn, it's so not. For a lot of these people, it helped them get through a hard time, pandemic or not pandemic. It helped them tap into a creative side of them, like that may have been stamped out since childhood, build confidence, connect with other people that love the same thing as you. That's hard to find. I don't have a lot of friends around me that knit, that love knitting, that are close by. So this huge connection of cheerleaders that are rooting for you and teaching you along the way too. So it was really awesome. And it lives on YouTube if anyone wants to check it out. It's like 300 photos of all these women. There were a couple men, but they did not submit photos.
That is great. I can just tell how excited you are about your community and what you've built. Amazing. So if someone was looking at this, because 4 years ago, you were like, wow, could this work for me? This is marketing. I don't know. I don't love marketing. I don't think of myself as a marketer or salesperson. I love sales. And they're wondering if it could work for them, if they're wondering if their market is too small, their niche is too small. What would you say to someone in that space?
Well, as far as the niche goes, I think it's actually great to have a small niche because you can really be a leader in a small niche, and that's what I've done. And then maybe if I want to broaden it later, I can, but I think you can really pave your own way and be a big fish in a little pond when you pick a small niche. And I've absolutely seen this work for so many amazing niches at all your events. It's so cool. But I think, it can 100% work. Like the fact that it's working for this insane hand-spun yarn that's pretty out there. And these designs I would be wearing a sweater if it weren't 90 degrees right now. They're out there and it worked. It really did. It's pretty incredible. And it's scary to try something new. I was so scared to try anything new, but the way that I kept trying to do things like harder, more was getting me nowhere. It was so incremental. So I would say just give it a chance for something new to change your life.
Amy, it's a remarkable story. You should be so proud of the results you've gotten, the launches you've done, the community you've built, the people you've helped, the good you've done in the world. So thank you so much.
Thank you so much for having me, Jeff.
Harder doesn't work. Or actually maybe harder does work, but wouldn't you rather do it the easy way? Amy, amazing, $1 million business selling yarn. How about that? You didn't expect to see that when you joined the Launch Masterclass. Physical product, molding, also using the digital, just a knit-alongs. So it's really, they're buying a physical product, but it's also a digital experience. Super, super cool. I was just writing notes after notes after notes. How about that idea of she just loves that day. It's her happy time when she can send that email to her list. Because she talks so much about her community and the PLF community, but the community and just speaking to people who had that creativity stamped out of them when they were a child. How many of you had that? How many of you had your creativity stamped out at some point? You know, I remember in fifth grade, I was I learned my fifth grade teacher, just for free, he would teach kids how to play guitar, simple guitar, 3 chords. And then each week he'd have you come in and just sit with him and play a song and sing the song to him. And unbeknownst to me, while I was doing it, I had a couple of classmates out in the hallway. And they laughed so hard at my singing. And that was fifth grade. And then they were just teasing me and getting other people to tease me about my voice, my singing. And that was fifth grade. And it took me about 45 years until I sang again. It stamped it out of me. Just that one instance. And finally I had someone, I was at a guitar camp, and a voice coach said, he walked me through. It's like, everyone's got an instrument, and your voice is your instrument, and you can sing. And it's great to have a coach that takes you beyond having that creativity stamped out. And that's what this community is about. It's about taking you to the next step. And everything that has been stamped out of you and helping you create the life you should be leading. There's so much good stuff with Amy. The idea of how this formula allows you to create a better product. Yeah, she's amazing. She's amazing. Dan, do we have anything?
Yeah, we do have some. And yeah, we do. How about this one? We got one from Judy. Judy saying, if we miss the first 3 sessions, and this is the 3rd session, so you might just miss the first 2, but if you miss the beginning of the masterclass, is it possible to still join PLF? Yeah,
absolutely. So registration's available. So everything that I've delivered so far in the masterclass is going to be available for you until Friday. We're also tomorrow, sometime, I think tomorrow afternoon, we're going to release, I think, over 60 case studies for you. It'll all be on one page, and so you can look through all of them. And I saw someone was asking for a B2B. Well, we've got a bunch of B2B there. In fact, up at the top, this is a noob on our team, just programmed this for us. There's going to be a little drop-down menu so you can sort it and say, I want to see all the seed launches, or I want to see all the ones where people are just starting out, or I want to see the B2B, or I want to see the physical product ones. And you just sort of like go into an e-commerce, and you can just sort. And so Anoop just built that for us. So that's all coming out tomorrow. We're doing the graduation ceremonies on Friday. We've got some other goodies planned for you this week. So you can get caught up. You have this whole week to get caught up in the masterclass. Then everything goes away on Friday until next September. Tentatively next September. Also, registration for Product Launch Formula closes at the same time on Friday at midnight. So you can take your time to go through the first 2 lessons and join me anytime up until Friday. If you join today, you're going to get on that bonus live tomorrow where I'm breaking down all the latest learnings of this launch and our pivot launch. So that will be in the alumni group. That's if you join by midnight tonight, we'll be able to get you in the alumni group so that you get that bonus live session training with me tomorrow. And then we have another deadline on Tuesday for that lead magnet crowdsource call. So best experience is join now, but if you're like, I need to absorb this material, I need to think about it, you have until Friday to join. Best experience today, right now. Join, click the button, join, and step into your new normal. But if you need more time, wait until Friday.
It's cool. We just had someone in the comments who said they just signed up and they're teaching felt making. I think that's pretty much, I lost the comment itself, but it was about felt making. They just signed up, so we got more makers.
Yeah, I'll tell you, it's gonna be. I didn't know we would have a case study for someone with $1 million yarn business or a $100,000 yarn hour. So I can't wait to see what you do with felt.
And we didn't know we'd have one, and now we have at least 2. Okay, how about this one? Since you were just talking about when PLF registration closes down and stuff, we have a question. Lucy Ann saying, if we can't start this time, can we start in 2 months? Will there be another turn?
Unfortunately, no. So in a typical year, we do this once a year. We open up once a year. Like I said, this year it was twice because of COVID, but right now our tentative plan is to open up next September. So because we take people through it's like a college class. So we do those 2 months of weekly calls, and that's just the way the business is set up. You can take everything I've shared in the masterclass so far and everything I'm going to share, and rock it, and then we'll see you next September.
Okay, quick, easy one. Tracy says, coaching calls sound amazing. If I sign up, can I get them on replay? Currently full-time employed in a time zone that would make that challenging, but are there replays?
Absolutely, 100%. Yeah. You'll automatically get the replays.
Awesome. Okay, maybe one more?
Sure.
Had long? Okay, one more. This is Damie, I'm hoping. Says, hi, I don't use Facebook. How much does that hinder my participation in this program?
Not at all. The only thing you would miss out on is the alumni group. the Facebook alumni. It's within Facebook. So that's where we host the alumni group. But outside of that, you get everything.
And you could always sign up with Facebook and just only use it for that group and not do anything else with it. Just have it be your login to get to that group.
Absolutely.
Okay, should we go on next story?
Yeah, we've got another case study, and this one is this one with Dylan, or is this one with Mary?
No, this one is with Dylan.
So Dylan is he's a badass, and he's just like a take no prisoners. I'm just going to do this, and that's why I wanted to share this one. We also, if you'll permit me, I know there's a lot of artists out there, and we've got one with Mary selling her paintings, and also her how to paint course, which is rather remarkable. So if you stick around with me, I know we've gone pretty long. I don't know what. Okay, we have gone pretty long already, but I'm going to share this one with Dylan with you, and I'm going to keep on answering questions, and I'm also going to share Mary with you as well. So let's roll, Dylan. So I'm here with Dylan Frost, and Dylan has a really cool story of what he's done with his launches and how he's done them. So Dylan, thanks for joining us. Could you just tell us a little bit about yourself and your business?
Sure, yeah, I'm 28 years old. I come from, I don't know if you can hear it in the way that I talk, from Eastern Kentucky. And my business partners and I, we, several years ago, in about 2011, we started selling physical products on Amazon, and we got pretty good at it. That business began to grow more and more. And around the year 2015, it's kind of interesting. Came across Jeff and what he teaches in PLF, and I had no experience or knew nothing about marketing or knew nothing about what launches were, the concepts behind launches, but learned about the strategies of launches from him. And we thought to ourselves, we know how to sell on Amazon. We know how to create income with Amazon. We can teach other people how to do this too. And just using the teachings from PLF, we were able to create a new business, launch a new business of consulting and training, teaching other people to do what we had learned the hard way over several years. And we had immediate success. Our very first launch was crazy. Our website was built on something called Wix, if anyone has heard of Wix, because we had no technology background really. We didn't know how to build websites, so we used Wix, which is just like a really easy website builder. So that's how we used a friend's payment processor to take payments, because we didn't have one ourselves, and we just knew someone who could take payment for us. So we used his. And that first launch did $140,000 in sales. Our PLC videos were just PowerPoint slides that were narrated, and it was still that successful. So, I mean, we couldn't believe it. It didn't even feel like it was real or that it could be true. So we started diving. We thought maybe it was a fluke, right? So we dove in to try to do it again, to have another launch, to improve upon it. And that one did. And like just a few months later, like 6 months later, that one did $330,000 in sales. Then we did another launch about 6 months later. That one did $600,000 in sales. By this point, I almost felt like I knew what I was doing, but not quite still. Still was trying to learn as much as I could. And then after that, we've had 4 consecutive $1 million launches, 1.2 million, 1.4 million, and that's just in launches. Like we've been able to do all kinds of other things with this new business that has literally come about because of PLF.
That's amazing. So, because originally you had success on Amazon, but you were using their websites and their process. Obviously, everything goes through Amazon. It doesn't go through you, so you had no site whatsoever.
Oh, right.
And then that progression from 100 some to 300 some to 600 some to 1 million. Amazing. So how did you have a list?
No list. Nothing like that. So that first launch, I did over $100,000 in sales. The day that our first PLC video came out, our email list was 0, and we were using Aweber. I remember at the time is what the account that I had created in preparation for maybe sending people emails. If anyone ever subscribed, I wasn't sure. What we did in our situation was we just networked a little bit at conferences, talked to some other people that also were kind of in the space, and we had a pretty successful Amazon business, so people were willing to want to work with us or to learn from us or to promote what the knowledge or information that we had. So what we did was exactly what you do and teach. Is we were just trying to provide value to people. We were just trying to give value to as many people as we could for free, and support and help people, and that includes people that could maybe potentially promote for us. And we were able to get one person. It was just one person that agreed to promote the course that we had created, and he did so. And through a Facebook group, he didn't even have an email list. He just had like a Facebook group that had people in it, and he promoted it there. That had maybe 1,000 people in it, and that we were able to do over $100,000 in sales with a Facebook group. Being promoted to a Facebook group with just about 1,000 people in it.
A Facebook group that you didn't own, you didn't control. It wasn't your favorite.
Correct. Yes, correct.
Did you, was that like a joint venture relationship where you paid that person a commission, or was it just?
Yeah. That's what we did in that situation. Yeah.
That is amazing. And so did you drive people from the Facebook group to you? Well, I guess you drove them to the PLC, so you took them through an opt-in page, and then they came to your list, and then they were on your Aweber list.
Yeah. I'm trying to think back. I don't even know if I had an opt-in. I don't even know if I knew how to do it then. It was, so I may not have. That's how little we knew. We were just, that's the thing that people have told me. I don't really know because I'm the one experiencing it and living it. But a lot of people tell me that we just do stuff, like that we don't let things get in our way. We don't worry, that we're just going to try things and see how they work, and we'll learn from them. And that's how we've always approached things, and that seems to have always worked really well for us, is we just do it. There's nothing, we're never afraid. We're never gun shy.
You don't let perfection get in the way of progress.
Oh, definitely not.
That's fantastic. How did you go? What was so first of all, your product is it's a training product on how to sell on Amazon. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Got it. And so what was the difference between 100,000 and 300,000 approximately? I know that those numbers aren't exact, but a little over 100,000, a little over 300,000 in just a few months. What did you learn, and what did you implement, and what made that difference?
Yeah, I know some of the big differences where we upgraded the PLC. We went from them being narrated PowerPoint slides to being really low quality, poorly shot video of my partners talking in front of like a white background, right? Like something like that. So, I mean, it wasn't good by any stretch of the imagination, but it still helped. So that was one thing. And then because of the success of the first launch, the success that those students were having based on what we had taught, picked up a few more referral partners, affiliate partners that would help us promote. We were so that was prime. That was kind of the thing. It just started. The ball started rolling, and we felt really good all along about, and we were confident that we could help people and that we could teach people to be successful, and that worked out, and that bred more success for the business to be able to grow, because that's always our focus. And what was our focus from the very beginning is like, we just know that we can help people, and if we work as hard as we can for our first students that ever enroll onto our course, if we work really hard to make sure that they're successful, the rest of our business will kind of take care of itself from there, because we'll be able to leverage the successes that we created with them to be able to reach more people. And it has worked that way.
Is that basically, now you're into the $1 million launches, and is it just a progression? You're just getting better with your PLC, you're getting better with your storytelling, you've got more results to show, or is there anything else in there?
Yeah, no, for sure. It's like when we first started, and I'm not kidding, like no background in any kind of understanding how to do any of this at all, or how to even run the tech for any of it. Just got started 3 years ago. From that time where I was so what I would call ignorant to now I'm having these high level conversations. It's crazy how much your life can change and how much you can learn and grow as a person or in business in like 3 years time. But sometimes I'll be having a conversation with somebody about what we're doing in business now. And then I'll have this weird moment of reflection where I'm just like, if someone was in a corner listening to us, they would think that we were speaking another language. It's so crazy how we've evolved, and the new tactics and strategies that we're constantly adding into our launches, trying and testing things that we're seeing so many other people do. It's been fantastic. Yeah, it's so much that you learn in life. You learn from other people. It's not like what makes you a success are all original thoughts that you come up with. You have to surround yourself with the smartest people, with the brightest people, the most successful people that you can, and learn from them. And I've done that, and it's helped me tremendously. I guess that's you. You're one of them.
Cool. I'm glad I could help along that journey. I mean, so it's really interesting because you had a successful business on Amazon, selling via Amazon. And in a lot of ways, there's a lot of great things about that business. But all of a sudden, you've created like a serious business that's doing multi-millions per year, that's now completely separate, that's completely yours, that you're in control of.
Yeah.
What's that like? What's that transition been like?
It's nice. It's actually, I was going to dog you a little bit here. I shaved for this interview because I felt like maybe I needed to if some people were going to be seeing me. And that's not something I generally do. I shave maybe like once every 6 or 7 weeks. I cut myself shaving. And the reason I bring that up is that's the life that I like to live. I love being able to have my own business and run my own business because in my prior life, I'm not that old, but I mean, I used to have a job where I worked for other people and I hated it. Absolutely hated it. But now I have a job where I usually don't have to shave. I'm wearing basketball shorts right now and flip flops, and that's the kind of life that I enjoy, and the freedom to do what I want, how I want, when I want. It's crazy. I don't know. Sometimes it's hard for me to fathom like where I came from and where we are now. Like our businesses combine to do over $10 million in sales a year now. And effectively, I guess it's true, since PLF, we have definitely more than doubled tripled the amount of revenue that we do a year amongst all our businesses, because the things that we've learned in PLF, the connections that I've been able to make with meeting new people in this whole launch world has helped the Amazon business as well significantly, because the stuff that you teach and the things that I've learned from you and other people can learn from you can be applied to any kind of business. To me, it's selling on Amazon to actually anything. It's so many important fundamental business principles, fundamental marketing principles, human psychology principles that can make your business more successful. And it definitely has for us.
That's fantastic. So you're using PLF in your Amazon business to help sell on Amazon?
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, because a product launch doesn't necessarily have to be a course or a training. A product launch can be an actual product, a physical product.
And what does pre-launch look like? And what does a sequence look like for an Amazon type of product?
So it typically revolves around we don't create our own products. We partner with brands who already have their own products, and they have lists. They have access to customers, and we're able to teach them how to leverage their lists. That most of the time they do a really, really bad job of utilizing themselves. So we're able to launch their own products on their own lists using the stuff that we've learned from you that they had no idea how to do successfully at all.
That's really cool. And so one of the things that is coming through loud and clear is your bias to action. And I know that I can get caught up in perfectionism. And I know a lot of the people watching this are the same way, where they just want things to be perfect. They just keep on planning and planning and planning. But you're ready, fire, aim. And I love that. And so could you just, in closing here and wrapping up, do you have any advice for the people? Can you get people moving? Help me get them moving.
Just do stuff. Just do stuff. You have to take that kind of action. Otherwise, nothing's ever going to change. Nothing changes if you don't do anything. And what's the worst that can happen? And the answer to that is almost always, nothing. Nothing bad can really happen to you if it doesn't work out. You learn so much more from making mistakes or just taking action and failing than you ever learn from sitting around trying to be a perfectionist. It's the much, in my opinion, it is the much better business model to just take action and try stuff and see how it shakes out. You'll learn way more from the results of that than you would trying to get it just right the first time.
Dylan, thanks so much. It's been great. Congratulations. It's an amazing story. I can't believe the progress, what you've gone through in 3 years, and the progression in your launch is absolutely amazing. Great talking to you. Thanks for being with us.
Thanks for having me.
So I think it's sort of funny that Dylan said he shaved for that one. Now, if you remember yesterday in lesson 2, we featured Dylan teaching on the JV part, and he didn't shave that time. So that was about a year later, and I guess after you do as many $1 million launches as he's done, then he just doesn't worry about shaving anymore. But just Dylan's remarkable, and he does have that bias towards action, and just crushing it, absolutely crushing it. So Dan, I think we had so first of all, thanks for sticking around. I know we have yet again gone long, but do you get my enthusiasm for sharing my students with you? It pumps me up, and we're going to share Mary Gilkerson in just a minute. But I do want to tell you, for those of you who haven't not had enough, we are going to have another after hours session. JT's our community manager. JT's going to be hosting it, and we're going to have Barry once again. This will be in our Facebook group, but we're also going to have Coach Donna. So we're double the pleasure. You've got Coach Barry and Coach Donna in the after hours session. That's taking place in the Launch Masterclass Facebook group. Dan, what you got for me?
Oh man, we've been working through these things. How about a few questions from earlier when you were talking about the open cart and kind of reviewing PLF as a model overall? Okay, how about this one? So this one's during the open cart. Paulo's asking, do you offer discounts during the 5 days of open cart, or do you add value to the offer?
Add value. Never discount. It's just my theory. We never, ever in the history of PLF, tens of thousands of people have joined, never one discount. I think you just add more value. That's the way to go. Because once you start discounting, it becomes a race to the bottom. And the only one who wins at the bottom is Walmart. You don't want to be competing on price. You want to be competing on value and impact.
Awesome. Okay. Well, here's one question. In the case study of the sex therapist couple, they decided to give away their best content in the pre-launch. If you do that, what would you offer after you actually launch? Thanks.
Well, of course, they learned that from me. I say give away your best content. Well, I gave away my best content here in the masterclass, and we've had a lot of people already join because at its core, you're teaching more high level in your pre-launch. And that's what with PLF. I gave you the full, did it feel like I gave you a lot? I felt like I gave you a lot, but it isn't all the nitty gritty of how to do it. And it isn't the scripts and the action guides and the sample email you use and the step-by-step walking through everything and the how to get your, what are your assets, how to identify your assets, how to build a list, how to, what to send out every single day. So you can always go deeper. You can always go deeper. And that's the answer right there. So you give away, it's not like you're teasing. I saw someone who obviously came into the masterclass late, and they said, so it's like you send out 3 videos about your offer and then you open cart. No, that's not it. You go through a sideways sales letter, like I taught you in lesson 1, and you really deliver value. But just at the end of the day, it's higher level. And so 50,000 foot, if you really want to land the plane, that's when people buy your product.
Okay, let's do 2 more.
Okay.
We've been, because we've been going for a while, but I mean, got such good stuff. Why not? Okay, we got Anne. Anne is saying, do we get a super secret session today? Apparently, Anne just can't get enough.
I did hear there was rumors that there will be a super secret segment, and we might even reveal why there is carpeting on the railway of the stairs. We might.
I couldn't hit the mute button fast enough. You're giving away the super secret. Okay. Next up, let's see. Let's do one more and then let's move on to Mary. Whoop. Oh, I lost my question. Okay. How about this? Diana's wondering, if we join PLF today, should we still continue on with the masterclass for the week?
Well, yes, you are welcome to, and I think you're going to enjoy it. I think we're going to have some great stuff. And you know, once you get in the portal, you just might want to dive into that portal. And you're going to get that live with me tomorrow, which is going to be cool. And then you're going to get that the lead magnet crowdsource call on Wednesday. So those are actually sort of gaps in the masterclass week where I have some time. Those are my 2 gaps right there. So we're going to continue to, you can do whatever you want. You will have full access to the masterclass. The reality is the masterclass is cool, and you can watch it, and really you might want to watch it from a frame of what I'm doing so you can replicate what I'm doing or emulate what I'm doing. But you're also going to be stepping into that PLF alumni community, and your life is going to become awesome. So I think with that said, I love this case study with Mary. If you're wondering, can this work for art? Here you go. So I'm here with Mary Dilkerson, and this is going to be a very special case study. For everyone who's doing some type of creative work out there, you're absolutely going to love this. So Mary, welcome. Really appreciate you joining us.
Thank you so much for having me. It is a pleasure to be here.
So could you just tell everyone a little bit about yourself?
Okay. I am an artist and was a painting professor at the college and university level for 30 years until I discovered PLF. And at that point, I began to really expand on my online business. I had actually started online in 2012, selling my small paintings and trying to attract more collectors, gradually building my email list, which started out with, I think, about 34 people, 2 of which were me. And then about 2015, I decided to take the plunge and launch an online course. So I took what I was teaching at the college level and translated it to online and was shocked at the response. At that point, there weren't that many online painting courses, and immediately had 34 students and made almost $12,000. And it blew my mind, totally blew my mind. That kept a steady pace for the next part of the year, next year. And each launch was roughly about the same, between $12,000 and $18,000. So I launched about 4 more times that year and got really excited because I could see a way out of academia and to leave that behind and go to work for myself. Along came November 2016, and I bought PLF, which changed the whole way I was delivering my launches. Up until that point, I'd just been using webinars and not really understanding how to do the selling part, was just teaching and then going, buy my course, which worked sort of, but not nearly like using the structured formula of PLF, which is such a strong concept no matter which strategy you use to deliver it. So when I switched to using the PLF formula instead, that January, I launched and more than doubled my normal intake on that. And I made $54,000, which blew my mind even more. So after that, I kept relaunching every quarter. Then last October, I took the course Evergreen, which has really given the business stability, because it means that every month I know roughly, give or take a few, how much money is going to come in through that Evergreen funnel, which I created having PLF open on my desktop and writing my emails and then going back to the Evergreen module and then writing my emails and going back to the Evergreen module, testing and tweaking, and discovering it really was a lot of fun doing that. So after I got that one going, then I turned back to launching paintings in addition to launching courses. And that's been equally successful. So it works. Hands down, it works.
That's fantastic. So Mary, a lot of people are asking, does this work for art? Or, art in the bigger sense of just creative work.
Yeah,
so it's working for you. And can you just speak to that a little bit? How do you actually do that? How do you launch your art?
I use email and Facebook Lives. So I usually do it over a 30-day period, although I've done it on a slightly shorter compressed time period from beginning to end, so that I was demonstrating it for some of my students. But when it's over a 30-day period, you have a chance to do pre-launch and give people a taste of what you're working on. So I do a shot across the bow and announce that I'm getting ready to create a new collection around whatever the theme is. And then I tell people that if they want to see sneak peeks and tidbits, they have to sign up to my email list. They sign up to the email list, and then they get insider videos and insider snippets and views of a handful of the paintings in the collection before they actually are launched to the email list. Then as it gets closer to the launch date, I start using opportunity and the other triggers that are so fundamental to PLF within the emails to show them what their life could be like if they had original art in their home and what art can do for them in their own lives. That owning art, whether it's a book or a piece of music or a painting, is a creative act in and of itself. So building that buzz and using social media as a platform to bring people into the fold and get them engaged in that whole process has worked super well. So then roll out the launch, send that email. That's always exciting when you go, the collection is now available. And this past time, my server went down because so many people hit it at the same time, all trying to get the same paintings. So I'm going to have to upgrade my server.
Oh my goodness. That is amazing. And I have experienced server issues myself, so I know that's not a good thing.
It's not, but it's a good, bad thing.
Yeah. So you're in a launch right now, I think.
I am.
You are, as we speak, you're literally in a launch for your artwork. And in that collection, how many paintings?
All total, there are 31. We have a little hurricane off the coast, so it slowed me down on getting part 2 up there. But I took that as an opportunity to keep the engagement level up and to sort of do a second little release, like releasing a bonus, so that they're still all caught up in the energy and the excitement of it. So I'm probably even going to do a little hurricane painting to keep them engaged on that. So
are you actually using the hurricane?
I am. You have to. It's out there, so I might as well use it. You have to seize those opportunities. So the first part of the collection that I released, there were 16 paintings in it. And the first 12 hours, 6 of those paintings sold.
Wow. Wow. And what kind of pricing are these paintings?
I use daily paintings, small paintings as an entry level for collectors into my funnel and into my community and my world. So the lowest price is around $350, and they go all the way up to $12,000.
Wow. Amazing. And you're selling, this is, I just love it. And so can we just dig just a little bit more into these? The way you put together this sequence is fantastic. So you have so everyone watching, we can fall into jargon when we start using these, but there's actually, before the sideways sales letter, there's something we call the pre-launch. And of course, there's many levels of PLF, and so this is just another level. There's the pre-launch. So including your pre-launch and your pre-launch and your open cart period, it's a total of 30 days. But let's just focus on the pre-launch itself. So the first piece that was the opportunity you talked about, and this is actually the opportunity to have original art in your life and how that's going to change your life and who you are. Did I get that right?
Yeah, you did. You did. And what I talked about leading up to that was what learning to see deeply does, so that the whole process of making art and collecting art and appreciating art, whatever level it is about learning to see deeply and slow down and take in all of the richness of life. So that was the pre, and then the opportunity of having it in your own home. And so one of the tweaks I want to do for next time is to do some setup shots ahead of time with the art hanging in a home, not my home, but somebody else's home, and get them to talk about it.
Where people compete, and well, actually, before I ask that question, then stepping forward, like your second piece, I got so many questions. Second piece of pre-launch content, what was the theme of that one?
That one was when I dove more deeply into how the paintings make you feel. So it was the inner beliefs. It was addressing what might be inner objections to owning art or why they should have art. And then the third piece really was focusing more on the external, on this is how you go about doing it. This is what we can do to make it easier, make the purchase more simple. You can have a bonus of shipping. I've used no shipping cost as a bonus on there, and addressed all of that in the third piece.
That's amazing. Now, I've seen a lot of people, artists, when they do a launch, the launch can be as much about the creation of the work and also and a little behind the scenes of the artist's life. And do you work that in there as well?
I do. That's in the pre. That's the sneak peeks that they get. So I take them into my studio, shoot video of that so that they can see it. Take them on location when I'm out painting so that they get to see that, and show snippets of that on social media to get people to go sign up to the email list so that they can be on the insiders VIP part. So yeah, I definitely do that part too.
And it sounds like a lot of your launch is email based. So you have some
email and Facebook Live, email and video. And I love live video. I love being able to talk with people and interact with them and answer their questions. I think that people buy art as much for the connection with the artist as they do for the physical piece. So I think it's important to do that engagement part.
That's fantastic. So it is a really low tech launch. I mean, email.
Yeah.
And Facebook Live with your phone. I mean, it's about as low tech as you can get.
It is.
That's awesome. And then do you actually, when you like open up carts, do you have people like racing or competing to get the one that they want?
Yes, I did. It's an axiom of the art world that whatever piece is on the postcard that goes out for a gallery opening is the first one to sell. So the pieces that were in the emails, I did maybe 8 emails that featured a piece at the top. Those were the ones that people were fighting over. And that, I think, actually is what brought the server down, is they were all clicking on the same piece at the same time. And the scripts on the server side just went, blah.
You know what you could probably do is you could probably have that, if it was, I'm not super technical these days, But if it was pulling an image from your server, you could probably find a way to rotate that image so different people were getting an email with different images.
Yeah.
That could be
Yeah.
interesting. That could be super.
Or even do an auction so that when the collection goes live, then they can bid on the pieces. That was another twist I was playing with.
Interesting. Well, this has been fantastic. Absolutely amazing. I love what you're doing. What would you say to someone who is just wondering about whether they can launch their art and whether this will actually work for them? Or maybe they're an artist and they think, I just create good art and it will sell. Or maybe they think that selling is somehow beneath them or dirty or whatever. What would you say to that person?
This is the easiest way to sell without being salesy. I never, ever said in the entire email sequence that I sent out in that launch, buy my paintings. It was all about building that relationship and then issuing invitations. And I think that's what PLF really is all about, is presenting people with an opportunity or an invitation to become part of whatever it is that you're leading them towards. So does it work? Oh, heck yes. It definitely works. And I think it's easier for artists in a lot of ways than the traditional gallery route, because if you're shy, if you're an introvert, it's a lot easier to engage on social media and online than it is in person. So you've got some time to think about what you're going to say. You've got some time to kind of filter your messages. And it's not super high tech to do it this way. So there are not that many barriers to entry. So I would say go for it, launch.
Mary, this has been great. I just really loved hearing your story. It's super creative what you're doing, and congratulations on your success. Absolutely amazing.
Thank you. And thank you for PLF.
I was just taking a few notes here of things I got to tell you. So, Mary, amazing. Mary has been in the comments. I don't know if she's there right now, but through the masterclass, she's been there. Just love what she's doing. And how many artists do you know that are selling out collections at $350,000 to $12,000, completely selling out collections, boom, like that, online? And oh, by the way, I don't know the answer to this, so I'll ask all you artists out there. If you're displaying in a gallery, what percentage does the gallery get and what percentage do you get? Because I'll tell you the percentage that Mary's getting is $12,000. That's what she's getting. And she's selling out. And did you see the joy in Mary of sharing this with her audience? It's thrilling. Just absolutely thrilling. And she was a college professor. She taught art as a college professor. She had no experience selling. It's amazing, amazing. So I just absolutely love that one. So, Dan, we got some stories. I'm getting a little punch drunk here. It's been a long time. I don't even know what time it is.
I got the questions and you got the stories. Okay, how about this one from Stuart? Stuart saying, in PLF, is there coaching advice as to how to correctly price a product?
Yeah, there is, and that's also like the kind of question, like, you remember that video I showed, the Grand Canyon video where I was rolling down the Grand Canyon, and then there's the different clips, and then there's the fairy art mother. She was going to launch, and I said, she was thinking about some lower end price, and she was on a coaching call, and I was like, yeah, $2,000, and she's selling out at $2,000. So that's not the answer for everyone. It all depends on markets, but yes, there is guidance. And also that's a great place to get guidance on the coaching calls.
Awesome. By the way, Mary is in the comments. She says the gallery usually takes 50%.
Yeah, okay, there you go. Mary, you're awesome. I said this a few times yesterday, but I just love that case study. It's just so fun. Oh, I just love the energy that Mary brings. And also, Mary brings this, she's very sweet. I like, oh, hell yeah. But also, Mary's like a tiger. She in the kindest and gentlest way, but she's like take no excuses. Just get on with it. And that's one of the things I love about you, Mary.
Okay, how about this one from Melly? Melly says, could I use PLF to teach people how to rent out their vacation property?
To teach, absolutely, yeah. I mean, so it's a course. You're absolutely.
Okay, how about this one? How about Rob? Rob is asking, can we use PLF to fundraise for charities?
Yes, absolutely. Tomorrow when we release case studies, you'll hear. So this is, okay, so first this case study that we have tomorrow, it'll just be on the case study page. I'll send an email with a link to it. So definitely open up my emails tomorrow. And you go there and there's that drop down and you can look at nonprofits. There's only one nonprofit on the page, but it's amazing. But this is how he saved, this is someone who has a nonprofit and did great. Now, in terms of raising money for a nonprofit, so if it's not your nonprofit and you're raising money for another nonprofit, well, this is where I get to brag because I have done that and I've raised millions of dollars. For Village Impact, we've raised, I'm pretty sure it's in the multi-millions now, and for Charity Water, we raised over $1 million. And then for another one I'm blanking on, I can't believe this, we've raised hundreds of thousands and done it. So pat myself on the back. It's not like I've given that money, but I've raised that money. And sorry,
Shanta.
Shanta, that's right, Shanta. Thank you. And also there's another one too that was tens of thousands. I've raised a lot of money, and I'm very, very proud of that. I don't usually go around patting myself on the back, but this question lets me brag a bit. But I do it by understanding how to make an offer through the product launch formula. So it works very, very well.
Okay, one last question, this is an interesting one. Seder Velasquez, yeah, it's an interesting one. And so this one says, you keep saying that these results are not typical, like we were talking about the case studies. So what are typical results like?
Well, the reason I say it is legally I can't say these are typical or these are average or these are what you're going to do. Legally, I can't do that. I've shown you a lot of very, very, very successful people, lots of them. Tomorrow I'm going to send you 60 case studies. Lots of people have had success. But if you want to say typical or average, Dan, you want to flip that overhead camera there? Right in that back corner, right over there, you can see $6,000 of guitars. But I'm probably your average guitar player that I don't play like someone who has $6,000 of guitars sitting in the corner. Okay? What does the average person do? The average person sits around and watches Netflix all night, right? That's what the average person does. The average person that buys a mountain bike never takes that bike off on the trails. The average person that signs up for a meditation course never builds a meditation product, practice, a meditation practice. The average person doesn't do very much. But I think really what's behind this question is, are you ready to step into this life and not be average? I had a moment in my life, and you might have heard this in the margins, but I like being outdoors. I spent a lot of time in the outdoors. I've been on a lot of wilderness trips, backpacking, kayaking, canoeing, rafting, and I remember at one time in my life, and I was about to start what turned out to be my last corporate job, and my wife was pregnant with my first child, with Dan, and I had to go back to this corporate world because it felt like we needed health insurance and we needed some stability, and Mary was in college, and I took this corporate job. But I said, I can't start for another couple of weeks because I've got this river trip planned. So I went on this river trip. It was the Gates of Lodore and Green River up in northern Utah. And I remember about the third day I woke up, and it was right about this time of year, so the colors were just changing. The cottonwoods were this golden color, and I woke up one morning, really early in the morning. It was first light, and the light was filtering through these golden leaves, filtering down. So the light was just all gold, and I was in my sleeping bag, and I was just sleeping out, no tent, just sleeping on the ground, no tent. And I woke up, and I looked over, and about 20 feet away in this golden light, there was this deer that was grazing on some grass, and it's just this quiet and this grandeur of these canyon walls and that beautiful light and still, and I said to myself, this has to be part of my life. Getting out and living a full life has to be my life. I'm about to go back into that corporate prison. I'm about to work, waiting for that next pay stub where I can see maybe I've got 3 vacation days. I'm going to go back into that, but I'm not going to live an average life. I am not going to live an average life. And you know what? Sometimes you make a promise to yourself, but sometimes you don't follow through. But I knew sometimes when you make a promise to yourself, you know your life has just changed in that minute, in that moment. And when I was laying there in my sleeping bag by the Green River in the gates of Lador, I knew my life had changed because I just had this vision. I didn't know what the vision was, but I knew the vision, what it wasn't. And it was going back and working in that corporate world for someone else and living what someone else thought my life should be and doing what someone else told me to do and making the amount of money that that person was willing to pay me and working with people I was forced to work with. I knew that was not my future. In my life, that moment changed because I decided. And I was taking this short detour. I knew I'm going to have to take this detour and go take that job for a short period of time, but I am not going to lead an average life. I've shown you a lot of people that are not leading average lives, and that's who I live for. I live for my PLF community because none of them are average. And it's become my life. It's become my mission. It's my team's mission. We're here to support you. I hope you join me or consider joining me in the Product Launch Formula Coaching Program. If you join today, by midnight, we'll get you in that Facebook group. It's all going to be easy peasy. We'll get you in the Facebook group. You can be on with me tomorrow at 4 p.m. Eastern live. If you can't be live, you can see the recording. Join me today in Product Launch Formula Coaching Program. Then you also get the call, the lead magnet crowdsource call on Wednesday. You'll also get that low-tech launches guide on how to do this almost technology-free. You'll also get those 12 additional live training sessions that I'm going to do in the Facebook alumni group. Go ahead and click the link and join me in Product Launch Formula. Thanks for being with me. Thanks for sticking till the end. I know we've gone long once again. We're coming up probably on 12 hours or near 12 hours already. This is the week to change your life. This is the week to launch yourself. We've got until this coming Friday. Stick with me. We got lots more awesomeness. And click the link and join me in Product Launch Formula. Remember, after hours with Barry and Coach Barry, Coach Donna, and JT hosting is coming up in the Facebook group. And I heard we might have a super secret segment coming up. That's all I got for you. Click the link down below and join me in Product Launch Formula. Wait, what? You guys are still here? The super secret segment. What are we at for time here? What, it's like...
We are at just over 4 hours.
Over 4 hours. Thank you for sticking around. That was a marathon session. Gazillions of questions, 4 case studies, open cart, throwing your hat over the fence. Wow. So first of all, I think there's going to be complete mutiny if we don't talk about the carpet. People have been asking about the carpet for a while. So Dan, you want to show them the carpet here?
Drum roll.
So actually, I'm going to, so we have this stairway over here. I'm not sure which camera we're. Okay, we're overhead. So stairway's over there, carpet's there. So this is the secret headquarters, and normally there's a couch here and a chair there and 2 other chairs and an ottoman. There's a lot of stuff in this room normally, and that stuff, so this is like we built this to be a video room. It's also a place where you entertain clients and stuff like that. But all that furniture absorbs sound and helps the acoustics. But when we take all the furniture out of here, it's super echoey. And so the carpet's just a sound absorption. In fact, you can't see it, but there's a big...
Actually, guys, if you look real close, if you look closely at the lower left corner, that camera actually it's leaning out over the railing, but it's catching a bit of the carpet you can see just a bit of the carpet on the railing that it's leaning over in that lower left corner.
Yeah, so we just have carpets and we've added in fact, a lot of times we'll have extra pillows laying around on the floor, and that's all just to absorb sound, so it's not overly echoey. So,
ooh, we just got like a little flyby there.
Yeah. So for those of you who thought it was to repel squirrels or to track squirrels, that's not what it was. It's just to try to absorb the sound. So, we went super high budget, went over to the little local carpet store, and one of my team members dove into their dumpster and found some scraps we grabbed every scrap they had and we put it all over the place. So boom, there you go. Carpet on the stairway. Okay, so I just wanted to come to there's this word I don't like that we tend not to use. It was actually used a few times in our case studies, and it's this word pitch, which people use that to refer to making an offer. But that I always talk about offers and making an offer. I try to stay away from that word pitch. I just don't like the connotations of pitching. I'm offering something. I'm offering something of value, and I'm asking for a value exchange. So something you just might want to think about. So I hope you enjoyed today's lesson, because the stuff, or I hope you learned a lot from today's lesson, because the stuff I taught about the open cart, super powerful, super tactical. You got to nail that stuff. But the session on throwing your hat over the fence, people mess up making offers because, just because they're in this, they get anxious about asking for money. But remember, it's a value exchange. It's a happy day when you get to say, hey, I've taken you this far. Now it's your choice. Do you want to throw your hat over the fence? And I think I hope it's pretty clear that I'm not terribly slick. I'm not a super slick salesperson. If you looked when I made the offer for PLF, there's a few times I stumbled on words and I forgot to tell you about 2 of the really cool bonuses. I just completely forgot. There are some people, those guys, the sham wow dude. I mean, that dude can pitch anything, but I'm about sharing an offer of real value. And you don't need to be a super slick salesperson. In fact, I think these days that's less and less effective, because the world's tilting towards authenticity and congruence. And I think that's what you are when you sell. I mean, like Mary Gilkerson just said, this is the easiest way to sell. Because the sideways sales letter does the heavy lifting, you don't need to be a great salesperson. You just have to lean into what the transformation is and have enthusiasm I mean, did it look like I had enthusiasm today? I hope so, because I am stoked for the people that are joining us, because I know what's in store for you. And I can't wait to be interviewing you for next September for the Masterclass and doing your case study in next September. I know that's going to happen. You know, that case study with Jana, she just joined in our pivot launch in April, and here we are just a few months later, we're already doing a case study. How exciting is that? How exciting is that for me to bring to my folks, to my new PLF owners? So like, is it hard to stand here and make that offer in an excited, enthused way? No. Is it hard to talk about the transformation? No, it's freaking awesome. So, I think we actually have a little clip to play.
We do have a cool little clip.
You remember way back, it feels like 2 lifetimes ago, but back in lesson 1, it was lesson 1, we had Elliot. And Elliot was the psychotherapist who's teaching psychotherapists, and he has a really fun way to talk about this. I think he does use the word pitch, but we'll get that fixed. Otherwise, this is amazing the way he talks about this.
So when you do a pitch, and if you do a really good job of adding value, you earn the right to do a pitch. So in those 4 weekly meetings, I spent hours preparing my 45-minute lectures each time. So like I took the teaching very, very seriously. So when you add value to someone's life or someone's work, you've earned the right to make a pitch to them. And most people were super enthused. Like, oh my gosh, I just loved the 4 weeks we just had. And now this guy's telling me he has a full-on course that he's building. And because I was a part of this little like 40-person group that was cultivated, I get early access to it and I get the entry-level price to it. Yeah, take my money. I remember one guy, and I'll never forget, I made the pitch at the end of that 4th video, and I said, the course will be ready in about 4 weeks, but here's the link if you want to sign up. It's like $97. It's probably going to be more than that to the general public, but because you guys were part of this process, it's $97. And you'll get the email tomorrow. I didn't share the link on the end of the thing. You'll get the email tomorrow. And I remember going into the Facebook group, and somebody had I'll never forget this. They had a Charlie Brown meme with the dog from Charlie Brown. And he was like, he had money in his hand, and he was like making it rain with the money. And the meme said, "Take my money, please." And I was like, I didn't expect people to be so excited to give me money. But when you add value to someone's life, you've earned the right to make a pitch, and they trust you. Like the mentality is like, if you just did this for free and you showed integrity and you showed professional discipline and you showed that your true value and what really motivates you is making an impact, then we are very happy to allow you to share your offer with me.
Earned the right. And did you catch that? Right at the end, he said offer. Yes.
Yeah, you got it. You got it.
Yes. Earned the right to make the offer. And that's what you do with Product Launch Formula, and that's how you sell in a non-sleazy. That was one of the first things I said way back in the first lesson. This allows you to sell in a non-sleazy, non-hypey, non-scammy way. Totally authentic, with integrity, and make an impact on people's lives. So that's lesson 3. Thanks for sticking with me for so long. Give a shout out to my team behind the scenes doing an amazing job supporting me and supporting you. So give them a shout out. And the Launch Masterclass, that was lesson 3. I think we've probably still got a link below. You can still click that link and join me in Product Launch Formula. And if you do it by midnight tonight, you get in on that session that's happening tomorrow. So the Masterclass ends on Friday. We have some more surprises and goodies coming for you. But this now is the time. Now's the time to join me in the Product Launch Formula Coaching Program. Click that link down below, and I'll see you in the program.